Good morning, everybody. I am so excited to be here. Got my trusty tablet ready, but I cannot find my pencil. Y'all, I gotta have my pen, so you know how it is. Well, I guess I'll have to use a pen today, which I don't like. But good morning. Oh, it's been a peaceful morning. Although I don't think court is going to be that peaceful as long as Jennifer McCabe is on the witness stand. Y'all, this is going to be exciting. I hope everybody is well. I've got all my peeps waiting for me. Good morning, Miss Kevin. Good morning, Luz Cox. Good morning, Anne. Oh my gosh, y'all. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Spicy was the word for yesterday, y'all. And I don't do spicy food, that is, but I will do some spicy court. I'm learning to use TikTok. I'm not used to all that stuff. I've tried in the past, and it's just I like a little more control over everything. I do, I do. Um, Got to take my meds this morning. Got to take my meds. I forgot. I was sitting here just so relaxed and into just the quiet of the morning and just kind of chilling. And I forgot to take my meds. Oh, yeah. Miss Cabes is absolutely, y'all, I would hate to piss her off. Just saying. I know so many people who struggle taking capsules to swallow them because they're so used to putting medication or capsules in their mouth and they tilt their head back and they try to get it to go down. Capsules float. So if you put the capsule in your mouth, put the liquid in, put your head down and let them float to the top and swallow. That easy. That easy, y'all. Y'all. Well, I think we should get the birthdays out of the way. What do you think? I think we need to get the birthdays out of the way. Not that I'm trying to get you out of the way, but the other day I was doing birthdays and court started. I'm like, what? Sometimes they're late, sometimes they're on time, sometimes they're short, kind of behind. We never know. So I'm going to go ahead and do the happy birthdays. Are y'all ready?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Marcia. Happy birthday, Marcella. Happy birthday, Cecilia. It's a yard day. Blessed birthday, Tracy. Janice, I hope your birthday is fabulous. And Lillian, my friend, I haven't seen you in ages, but happy birthday, darling. I hope it's a blessed one. Happy birthday to you. Oh, that ended up pretty well. Yay! Woohoo! I miss singing and I miss my other glasses. I have those silhouette glasses, so they're very and I laid them down. Y'all, I don't know where they are. I have my other glasses. I love these, but these are not as low reflective as the other ones are. And it's hard for you guys to see me because we got the glare going on. I could do what I used to do to people when I was photographing them, kind of put them on a a tilt, but then that feels, I know not going to work. All right, so we got 10 minutes. Let's do a quick recap for those of you who were not with us. Okay, mods, are you here? Hopefully I have good sound today. Jennifer McCabe took the stand yesterday in her cross-examination phase, and it quickly got spicy. I'm not going to go over we are not going to go over the bar scene again. We're not going to go over who showed up where at the party again. I think we all know it was an American blizzard. Now, Canada, that's no blizzard. Canada, that is no blizzard. But some of the things that got a little interesting was this, I'm kind of going in order of my notes, is the car problem. She said she looked out the door, and straight out the door was Karen Reed's car. Okay, so that would have had just enough room for Brian Higgins' Jeep with a snowplow on the front to be parked at the mailbox, because the mailbox was kind of off to the side, front side. The driveway was here. They had a little bit of a yard. You have the mailbox, so he's there. She saw Karen Reed here. Then she looked out again, and Karen Reed had moved down. Then she looked out again, and Karen Reed was off further. And then she looked out again, and Karen Reed was gone. But what we all want to know is, why did Ryan McCabe not see the snowplow? Not Ryan McCabe, Ryan Nagel. Matthew McCabe and Jennifer McCabe are the only two putting Brian Higgins' vehicle anywhere around the house. People say he was there, but nobody is saying where his vehicle was. That's always struck me a little interesting. You cannot miss a Jeep with a snowplow. I'll say the most interesting part of that first bar scene was the basketball game on the TV. Yeah, that's about right. That is about right, y'all. Y'all, I hate to do this, but this is a problem hearing aid wearers have. Sometimes when I put them on, I get one of my head hairs go in with the hearing aid, and it's like itchy, as it's just so uncomfortable. Oh, so much better. So that was very interesting that so far, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Colin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Livingston, none of them, Chris Albert, Julie Albert, did I say that? All of the Alberts and McCabe's, all the Alberts and friends that were at the house that night, nobody recalls where the Jeep was parked. Brian and Nicole Albert remember that Brian Higgins pulled in with his truck with the snowplow, kind of scooping up the snow as he pulled in. And then he backed up, letting them park, and they have no memory or no idea where that car went. Y'all, I call BS. I have a BS barometer I'm trying to make, and that BS is going way over here on that one. So that is a big, big issue. Only the McCabes remember seeing the snowplow and the Jeep with the snowplow. We did get into a bunch of text issues where texts were disappeared from her phone. She says that she doesn't understand how or why she didn't delete them, but the data shows they were deleted. Then she sits there and we're talking about the I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. It's interesting that the only person that actually says she heard I hit him, not heard of, but heard the I hit him, or was the I hit him was reported to them, was the EMT. Oh gosh, what was her name? I knew I was going to forget her name, but Katie McLaughlin. Katie McLaughlin. Katie is the only witness I can recall that said, I heard her say it. Everybody else said it. They were told she said. Now, however, um, in the testimony of the Karen of Jen McCabe, it's still not awake yet. In the testimony of Jen McCabe, they sit there and state that um, she, in any of her depositions, reports, interviews, 12 different instances where she was asked. Karen Reed supposedly said, "Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is it maybe like possibly hit him?" It wasn't until the grand jury at a later date that she said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." The other thing people are kind of really going nuts on is this timeline meeting that she had with Kerry Roberts. And we are going to be hearing from Kerry Roberts today, Lord willing, if we get through with Jen. And I think we will get through with her. The other thing are some of the phone calls between her and her sister. It's interesting. The other thing is, where's the dog? You know the commercial, "Where's the beef?" from Wendy's. I want to make a little short that says, "Where's the dog?" Well, I found the dog. The dog is in a witness protection program until the trial is over. Then I hear it. Then it's going to return back to its rightful owners. Uh, then she had a discussion with Mr. Lank, which she did not inform anybody about. That is really interesting to me. I want to know more about that. Now, here's the clincher. We are going to get to a question today, and she knows it's coming. And oh gosh, what was it? I don't have my notes in here. Oh, I told y'all, court fans already going. But some people were frustrated about how the lawyer is asking questions about an event, then skirting around to another event, then circling around to the first event. What's happening with that is he's keeping her on her toes. She does not know. She thinks she knows where he's going, but then he doesn't go there. And it gets very, very, very frustrating. We're going to have some bombshells this morning. So, my mods, thank you so much for joining me. I greatly love and appreciate every single one of you. What palace gives what? Everybody's going on. Uh, I wish people would get off of Princess Kate or whatever y'all call her, Kate Middleton. I just, her cancer, and just let her do what she's got to do, for goodness sake, y'all. She's going through cancer. Quit trying to second guess when she's going to be here. Quit trying to put a bunch of crap out there. Let her figure out what she's got to do. Let her heal. I know they said Easter she'd be out. Now she's not. I mean, come on, y'all. Am I not? Oh, can't believe. Oh, cannot believe I thought it. That's interesting. My little girl is underneath my desk. Oh my gosh, y'all. All right, here we go. Oh, that was a day ago. I cannot get me on Facebook. No, it is definitely something to do with the abdominal situation, because she had pretty extensive abdominal surgery. If I'm going to be suspicious of anything, I'm going to say could have been uterine, ovarian. God, I hope not ovarian. Ovarian is one of the worst female cancers. I've had it. Most women don't survive it. I did. So I got it caught early. Most of the time, when they catch ovarian cancer, it is already in stage 4 and terminal and non operable. So very few women catch it in time. I caught it because I had just broken up in an extended long relationship in my late 20s and thought I was pregnant because I hadn't had a cycle and I was having some kind of weird discomfort. Thought it might be ectopic and went in and they did an ultrasound immediately and found it. Oh, I know. It's nobody's business. Just because you are a princess or queen in waiting or whatever you want to call her, she has a right to her own privacy, as they say. I have my right to my own privacy. Oh, y'all. I am, mods, forgive me. This is my dyslexic kicking in, okay? So don't take this personally. Which mod sent me all of this paperwork? Was it Cowgirl? Was it Ann? I can't remember. We still can send up love and prayers. Exactly. Exactly. That is the number one thing that this woman needs. And I need my pencil, and my pencils have eluded me. I will be right back. I need my pencils. I hate writing in pen on this kind of stuff. I'll be right back, y'all. Literally, just right back. What did I tell you? I got my little blanket, got my pencils, my pencils. When it comes to writing notes like this, I have pencils. Guys, I have how many people watching me? Because mine says none. That is so weird. And I know I got my mods. Ah, oh. The one thing that bothers me is the fact that you have Julie saying in the vehicle with Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinston, and you sit there. I mean, you're sitting in a car, and so when I see a black thing, that means there's something there that ought not be there in the snow. And you've got Matt facing forward, which should have seen it. Then you've got Jennifer, who swears she was turned around talking to the girls the moment she got. I know, but my counter says 0 watching. Ah, yuck, tax class. So someone say, to what don't you do? I say taxes immediately. Taxes. I don't do taxes. And if I was sitting in that car and she said, I saw a blob, I would have said, what? What do you mean? What? So for that to happen, I'm like, nah, I don't believe her. Uh, oh, that's different notes. That was Brian Alberts. Okay. So that's that. Those notes are deceased. Those over there. I got my pencils. Yay, I can get ready. The fan is still turning, y'all. Today is what day for us? Is it 15 or 16? I put up my stuff and I can't remember. Do you remember? I've got to find. I wish I had. I wish I was a little more savvy in songs and stuff. I have friends who can sit there and pull up songs and all kind of things, but I would love to do a parody of Michael Jackson's "Remember." Do you remember whatever that was, and then make it into a "Don't Remember" for this trial? I really would love to do that. Uh, I did a TikTok thing and it's not showing up yet. Mm, mm, how interesting. Why didn't she call Brian as soon as Karen said John was missing? See, I would have got on that phone and I would have been calling like crazy. While this is day 16. I hope I put the right day in our thing. Day 116. Continued cross. Jen McCabe. I'll go ahead and get our pin ready. Good morning, Ronnie. Woohoo. Oh, wherever the song is. Thank you all, by the way, for this. This is awesome. I need to make a parody and I got to figure it out. That would be a good thing. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Going to come over here and I wish my long nails would quit pushing stuff they shouldn't be pushing. Okay, mods, when I post this, you can see what I'm looking for and how it's going to be. So if they're just first time testimony, I like to put their name, like Jennifer McCabe. You can see the dash testimony. Then on cross, it says cross. If we're continuing the cross, like after a break, put continued cross, and then redirect, then recross. So you kind of follow. Fire song by September. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Good morning, dear moms. Good morning to you. Yay, we're doing this. We're doing it. I got my, do you know what? I wish I could find some native flute music I could download that. I need to just do my own so I don't need to worry about copyrights. By the way, I have done copyright tried to pin me and I went back and I had to say, how can you do that? I'm freaking playing the music myself. My video, I'm playing it myself. How can you copyright me? It's created as I go. I didn't understand that. I'm just taking a minute, y'all. I will confess I had a spinal tap yesterday. And I produced too much spinal fluid. And so they had to do a spinal tap yesterday. and I was pretty high on my fluids, but I'm okay. I'm hoping my son shows up today on time so I can not get up and down so much. Today I'm hurting a little bit, but it's nothing big. In the realm of things, it's very minor. But if I seem a little... I didn't sleep good last night. I had to be kind of in my non-normal sleeping position for a while. I'm burying the pen again. Somebody asked me, what do you have in your little treat bar? No, I have a little section of my desk. It's kind of like over in the corner underneath the mic stand because it's hard to put anything under the mic stand because it comes up and out and like this. So I have a variety of the Ghirardelli. And then I have a mix pack that has a little mini Twizzlers, the Halloween stuff. They have the mini Reese's, the Hershey's, the Kit Kats. Then I have another thing that has the micro mini M&Ms. And then I have another thing that's really low. I got to get more, are the Skittles. By the way, if you take one Skittles and 4 little M&Ms, which equal about one big M&M, and you put all 5 pieces like this in your mouth, it is so good, y'all. It's bitter. It's sweet. It totally changes the flavor profile. It is so good, y'all. I accidentally discovered that. Go figure. Okay. Miss Kevin and Ronnie, whoever else is on, what is your favorite takeaway moment from yesterday? I'll tell you mine in a minute. What was your favorite takeaway from yesterday? Your favorite. Trying to remember. The name of the Johnny Depp lawyer, the female one, the one that got all the attention. What was her name? My recall is not good at the moment. What was her name? We had one of those moments. My favorite moment is when the defense attorney looked at him, and Camille, the defense attorney looked at him and goes, I am the one asking the questions here. I don't need your commentary. We don't need a commentary or an explanation after every question. Yeah, that was good. We have the truth and the facts on our side. But we had a couple moments where he had to remind her, you're not here to share what you want. You're here to answer my questions, yes or no. Yep. I don't spin. Oh, wow, that was another good one. I don't spin things. The judge is here to make sure I don't do that.
Can it wait? Can we get started with the testimony? It's already 9:15.
9:15, their time. I told you.
All right, so
I've
I'll
told
hear
you.
from Mr. Jackson about that since it's this witness. Why don't we come over here and do it while we bring the jurors in, okay?
That was so good. Yeah. You need to ask Proctor that. Oh, I will. You know, once again, that woman is so classy, y'all. That woman there is so Lassie, and I gotta hand it to you. If you notice, she is definitely doing better now than she did the first week of trial. Oh, she was a tear bucket that first week of trial, and I'm sure she's going to cry again. Every time and they show pictures of her son, and we haven't even gotten to the forensic part. I had to pop my neck, y'all. When we get to the forensic part of this, it is going to be very difficult. And in fact, I would not be surprised if she did not step out during that part. And then there are the Karen Reed supporters. Her mother and father, I think that's sibling and in-law next to maybe. But mother and father, definitely. Yeah, that was priceless about asking him. That was good. Let me go ahead and get this here so we get that off the screen. Oh, I gotta redo some of this. I hate it when it does that. I'm gonna switch mine to Adakay that way. I think I'm happy with that. I get where she gets the thin pinched lips. Look at her father. Look at her father's mouth. I get it. I get where she gets it now. Oh, my camera. Wrong direction. Wrong direction and angle. There we go. That's more centered. There we go.
Unmuted.
Oh, perfection. All right, guys. So I see her mouth. That is her rest. People were really commenting on her mouth the other day. And I'm like, y'all, that's her normal mouth. Yeah. Who has the children now? Where are the children?
Persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
2117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves
chills.
for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Giannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. The county was kind enough to come in last night and make sure that the air conditioning was working. They were here late. They did a really terrific job, so I think everybody should be comfortable today. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
I bet they appreciated that.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you
No.
also able to refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
I did.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
Oh,
Everyone said no and should.
me. I did.
All right, may we have Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, please?
Let's see if the prosecution got her better under control.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case can reveal the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Let's see if they got her better under control. All right, mods, do you have it from here on out on the pinning?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll pin it if you type it.
As a matter of housekeeping, I wanted to show you a quick set of documents that you saw yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing with the court's permission. Same, page line which you saw yesterday.
Thank you, loves.
Can you just take a look at that and tell me if that appears to be the same set of documents that we talked about yesterday that included the group chats, for lack of a better
Yes.
Okay. May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't mean to rush you.
That's good.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that this set of group chats that have been authenticated be moved, marked and moved to evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes.
Exhibit 98 from last.
Whatever you can do is great. I really appreciate
More
it.
than what you covered yesterday?
The exact same document, I just failed to do it yesterday, my fault.
All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious if.
Also,
vote is different
mods,
then.
if you hear something like a comment
Why don't
that's
why don't
really
you take a look at
good.
The exhibit, please.
Oh, geez, we
Sidebar.
already, so like right now, mod, please put sidebar and I'll pin it. Well, I don't pin sidebars, but I do put sidebar because when I go back and do the timestamps, it helps me kind of, so I don't have to watch the whole thing again. So as soon as I see sidebar pop up, mods, I will, there we go. And then that way when I go back, thank you so much, Ms. Kevin. The if you have a comment like you need to ask Proctor, oh well, if you've got a really good snippet from the testimony, put it in the chat. That way I can go back. It helps me. I can't add them all, but it really helps me. If I'm having to scroll back and look for something for a future commenting. Is Turtle Boy in the background somewhere? Is that him with the beard? Is that? Let me do that. Is that Turtle Boy? Who's Turtle Boy? I need help. I want to know who this woman is. These almost look like feds.
All right. So
They
that
look like
will come
feds,
into
no?
Evidence and jurors. Sometimes I do have to repeat myself a bit, but this is, again, before you can consider any electronic communication.
By the way,
in your
y'all,
deliberations, you
feds
must
are
first
watching
find that
this.
it's more likely true than not that the
Because they
person who
still have an
authored
open
or sent
case.
these messages was in fact the person identified as doing so.
They're
If you
not
do
going
find
for
that it's more
Karen
likely true
Reed.
than not
They
that
have
the
an
person
open
who was
investigation
identified as doing so was the person who
on the
authored or
department.
sent or transmitted the electronic communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. So, all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, you'll recall yesterday we talked about the 12 times in your grand jury transcript that you talked about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yeah, sure. I don't know what that
And in
is, but
those
let's
dozen
try it.
times, you never used
Oh,
the
that's
word
right.
or the words or the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Perfect.
Correct.
And your explanation for that was, well, I wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
Correct.
You were, in fact, on January 29th, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You did, in fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
I'm not sure. I know it was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Possibly.
Okay, so this literally, we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Came back to the location at 34 Fairview and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time, you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Incident report page. It's like the second to the last or third to the last page. It's Lank's. Could you take a look at that report?
I gotta rewind that. I heard something. Did y'all hear it?
Incident report.
Just give me a second. I'm going to crank the volume. I want to hear this and see if I can hear what he said. All right, let's see if I can hear it.
It's like the second to the last, or third to the last page. It's like
Okay, we're good. Second to the
Take a
last
look at that
page.
report, just the face page, and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case. I know you didn't draft it, but you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically.
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Yes.
I'd like you to read that paragraph to yourself, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Wow. By the way, this could be a very good delay tactic. If you are ever testifying and you're feeling yourself getting a little unraveled and you have an opportunity to read something,
Do you have that
take
in
the
mind?
item,
I do, yes.
Okay. You wanna
ask
approach
to
something?
look at something, and calm yourself down.
What you read just now appears to be a report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report or is that just an excerpt from it,
Well-
that paragraph?
That right there is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lank going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
Well, that's not a full report of what I said, but if that's his full report, it's his full report.
Okay. And in this report,
Mhm.
what he
No,
writes
it's not a
that you
recording.
said to him,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
isn't it true that what you actually told
Format.
Sergeant Lank when he returned is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, Miss Reed said something to the effect of, quote, "I hope I didn't hit him," end quote. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say
Mhm.
that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say she, Karen Reed, I'm sorry, that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I told him that he should ask responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
But none of that, you'll agree, you just read the report, none of that is in his report.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask you if it was brief, I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at 34 Fairview with you for the specific purpose of memorializing what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lank, is she said one phrase, "I hope I didn't hit him," correct?
Was there body cameras
That's
on
what's in
these
the report.
officers?
All right.
Are there body cameras
again,
on the
this was,
officers?
2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years later, correct?
Correct.
Ms. McCabe, we talked yesterday about this unrecorded meeting that you had in front of Sergeant Lank's home on January 30th. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Have you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no
That's not the
involvement of
question.
Mike Plank on this day.
Motion, honor,
Have you
move to
been
just
the
strike.
home, the personal residence of any other police officer involved in this case? Ever?
Yes.
Tell me who.
Kevin Albert.
Who else?
I went to Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
Who does Elizabeth Proctor live with?
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Okay. That was in September of what year?
23. I went over.
2023.
Yes.
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of 2023?
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed by social media. The things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down. We receive hate letters, letters saying that they
I'm
hope
asking you
things.
why.
Stop!
I know you
Motion
wanna
to
give a
strike.
narrative.
She gets to answer this, Mr. Jackson. The door's open.
Your Honor, she could answer the question why she went to the house as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
It sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house. The door was open, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead.
We receive letters. We receive
Now she looks at
emails,
the jury.
We receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So that is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
So you were upset about the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John O'Keefe.
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
I see. So you decided that the best way for you to address that angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home, in this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor.
So
Michael
just-
Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lank's house and the only person you met with was his wife, when you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did not go to Mike Lanks. It was not Jen going to Michael Lanks. It was Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her. Elizabeth Proctor, I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
And you were later asked about this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation with a trooper by the name of Tully, who interviewed you specifically about your contact with Michael Proctor?
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Do you not remember having a conversation with Trooper Tully?
I've had many conversations over the last 2 years.
Trooper Tully?
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
Okay. All I'm asking you is, and I've got a report that can refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all, do you remember having a conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a conversation with a trooper about it. I don't remember exactly which trooper.
Fair enough.
Can somebody
Yes.
find a witch hat emoji? I don't have one. Oh, I'm going to back that up. I'm going to back that up and crank it. I want to hear it. Oh,
May I approach?
Yes.
oh. Talking about a police report and
Thank you.
show her a page and
Face
impeachment.
page of that, read it to yourself. And then I'd ask you to turn to the tabbed page, which is paragraph 27.
I didn't mean to put that comment up. Oh, Miss Kevin. Oh, love it.
Okay.
You
We
have
got
that
to
in
start
mind?
assigning
Yes.
May I
emojis
approach
to the
you?
what to
Yes.
the that's to the witnesses. That's
Does that refresh your
funny.
recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview?
How about this one,
with
y'all?
Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
And you told, actually, let me back up for a second. Okay, was that somewhere in the vicinity of September, late September, early October, when you had that conversation?
Is there a date on it?
Oh, y'all, we're so
Yes.
bad.
There's a date stamp on
Are
the
we
bottom.
breaking
Take
our
a look at that date
rule?
stamp on the bottom and tell me if that refreshes your recollection of about the time that that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence,
Right.
but that doesn't say when the interview itself was.
Right, so if you'll agree with me, you know that you had the meeting with Elizabeth, at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home
Mhm.
sometime in September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
It must have been.
Had to have been, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to that, I've got a couple of other
Are
questions.
we already at this? Have we gotten that far yet?
You had at some point multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log?
Are
of
they
your
talking
phone
about
calls?
Proctor? I kind of missed it.
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Now, here's something I want to
Is
ask.
this
What are y'all's
what was marked
opinion?
00 or
It's
00
not.
this morning?
That
Okay.
will be next.
Okay.
Y'all, here's something I want to say. I think she's asking to look at documents when they ask a question because she can't remember what she said.
Thank you.
And if they give her the document, it's giving her her testimony. Let me pause this for a sec.
A lot of calls there.
Okay. One of the things I've noticed is when she is asked a question, I noticed that so often she'll say, "Well, can you give me the proof of that? Can you show me the report?" That kind of stuff. The reason I think is because she's gone through depositions. She's been interviewed. She's gone through 2 grand juries. One is state, one is federal level. And so if she wants to be consistent and she can't remember, she's going to ask them to show her, is that what I said? Show it to me. That to me is one way that she's trying to keep all this straight. My humble opinion. Let's get back to it. Oh, of course, we're going to get the proverbial will.
There are blue tabs. If you could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken a look at those.
Okay.
Yeah, you can say it's not correct and change it just to make it say what you want. I mean, even if that's what she did say, she can say that's not what I said because this is what I want you to know. Yeah, if I was a judge before the jury came in, I'd sit both of them down and admonish them both. Both of them are getting a little bit. I'm going to skippy through this. Fast forward through this. Okay.
You're welcome.
Yesterday-
looked at this set of records, does this appear to be an accurate reflection of the phone calls that you shared with Michael Proctor at some point on and after January 29th?
Yes,
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
You want to do
Okay.
it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Give me the paper back.
Correct?
Correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
You want to
Okay.
do it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Ooh, snip, snip, bossy,
Thank you.
bossy. Snip, snip, bossy, bossy.
Okay. First call, January 29th, 10:55 a.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Correct.
Next tab, January 29th, 12:49 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Correct.
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor, 4-second call, probably a voicemail or something.
Correct.
January 30th, a minute later, 9:52 a.m. You then called Trooper Proctor again, 21 minutes and 31 seconds for that call.
Correct.
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
Correct.
January 31st, the next day at 11:51 a.m., you call Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Correct.
That is the sum of those call logs, correct?
Correct.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Those aren't all the
They
calls
can't.
that you
They have
had
to
with
let her
Trooper
see it.
Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my further call logs.
Do you believe that you've had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay. In 2022, did you have additional phone calls with her?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at phone records.
Bull snip. That's my replacement for the other word, bull snip.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Ooh, that can mean the wrong thing. I'm giggling at myself. Bull snip. What can bull snip stand for? How many different things can a bull snip stand for? He cannot ignore her when she asks for the paper because she has the right to see what is in question. Yeah. Y'all, if you hear my dog snoring, I apologize. I wish you guys could see her. She is all twisted and sound asleep. It looks uncomfortable as heck to me, but she is very happy and passed out. When I have any kind of medical procedure or I'm not feeling good, she is super glued to me and she doesn't sleep much. So while we're waiting, let's go ahead and do this. Y'all. Thank you guys for watching. I will be giving away at the end of the week for any of those who subscribe to my channel. You already are subscribed, you're already entered, but if you subscribe, you will be entered in for a free Starbucks, not sponsored. I paid for it, tumbler. But y'all, come on, share, like, and subscribe. Share, like, and subscribe. That was weird. I really would appreciate it. Mods, we've dropped in numbers. I don't know why, but we have. Yep, we dropped by 3 in one day. Mods, help. Help me, baby. Help me, baby. Oh, that's why I was laughing. I said bull snip.
Thank you, Tori.
How about bull snit? I'm trying to replace the word. Bull snit. Well, that we could verbally do that.
Yes,
You
thank
can
Mr.
verbally.
McCabe, I don't have
I've
the
used
records in front of me.
verbal
Maybe
castration
they'll be
before.
found before the end of our conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call on February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 17th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again, it's hard.
I expect that your answer is going to be, I don't recall, but I want to make a record if I could. So this is not a test of your memory at this point. I don't expect you to have it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these stand out in your mind, or all of them. What about a second call on February 28th lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st, another call with Trooper Proctor lasting about a minute.
I do not recall.
Apparently a second call on March 1st lasting about 2 minutes and a few seconds.
I don't recall.
On March 11th, another call in the afternoon lasting about 12 minutes.
I don't recall.
And finally, a call toward the end of March, March 29th, lasting about 4 minutes.
Again, I don't
Boy, those
recall.
are awfully short
Understood that
phone
this is not a
calls.
memory test, and I don't have the records in front of me, so I apologize about that. Based
That's
on
a
the
little
conversation
unusual.
that we've just had, does that jog your memory that you had multiple calls in February and March with Trooper Proctor, as well as the calls we've gone over with the records in January?
To be honest, I had calls with many people. I was in a state of shock for months following this. So if you have the record, I can answer off.
I'm calling you bullshit. Bullshit. I think that's going to be it. Bullshit. Sounds German. Bullshit. Hopefully it doesn't mean anything weird. I'm calling Bushnit on this because she is really playing up this shock attitude thing. And I understand people can walk in shock for a couple of days. I've been around a lot of people in shock. I've been in shock, and I guarantee it, and I'm going to tell you right now, she's bullshitting it.
Of that. But besides that, just reading them to me does not jog my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea. I don't
Bullshit.
want to hold you to a number. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea that you had multiple calls with Trooper Proctor in January, in February, in March, correct?
Well, the ones
you
I
like
just
it?
saw on the
Bullshit?
record, yes, there were multiple calls there.
And of course, you met him in your home on January 29th.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room. You had a conversation with him.
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room.
Mhm.
And also, Kerry Roberts was there
Kerry Roberts was not there.
on the 29th.
Kerry Roberts was not at my house on the 29th. No.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe first? That sound right? First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
A different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room, that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house. That was in your kitchen, in your dining room, and another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example.
Okay,
of a
guys,
trooper
I hate to do this
completely
to
getting it
you.
wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
You know what? I can. This is my channel. Sorry, I gotta. Sorry, I gotta quit. Sorry,
On January 29th.
I gotta hear that again.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room. You had a conversation with him.
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room.
Mhm.
And also, Kerry Roberts was there
Kerry Roberts was not there.
on the 29th.
Kerry Roberts was not at my house on the 29th. No.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
That got my
I
attention.
believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe first? That sound right? First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper
I'm sorry about
night
this.
when he was interviewing you in your dining room?
Mhm.
That was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house. That was in your kitchen, in your dining room, and another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
Is that true or is that wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that because Proctor was the one who.
That's
did
not the
initial
answer.
interview
Answer the
on
question.
January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote,
Objection, Your
never
Honor.
met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
So the objection sustained.
If you indicated that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that, Ms. McCabe.
I met Proctor January 29th. It's
It would have been a false
everywhere.
statement. If you said it, would it have been false? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
On January 29th, in the early morning hours, I want to take you all the way back to 1:30, 1:45 a.m. when you left 34 Fairview. On the 29th.
I remember what I forgot. Everybody, including her, is waiting for the question about what time did you Google search? How long does it take for a body to die? She did misspell it, or a person to die in the cold, something along the lines of that, not word for word. But she is freaking on edge. She knows what's coming. She's been through several depositions and many interviews, and she is very anxious. And every time he gets to text, every time he gets to anything, it's kind of like he is keeping her on the edge of the seat. It just hit me. We haven't gotten that information yet. That is going to be the aha question of the day. For today, he's got to get to it.
After you dropped off the girls, where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home, you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
After you went upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct?
Oh!
After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for stuff.
Correct.
So if there's GPS, that you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring
Of your
to?
phone. The forensic extraction of your phone.
I saw what
We're
you showed me
getting
yesterday
there.
from
We're
Celebrate.
getting there.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm-
Celebrate, part of it.
I saw, the phone calls. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, she knows we're. Oh, baby girl, I'm
Shows that
okay,
you got
baby.
home
Come here.
After 2 a.m. or so. So that would be correct.
Oh,
Correct.
Google search.
The Celebrite extraction shows from your Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrite data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be accurate.
Correct.
Okay, lay down.
Celebrite data shows that you
Go
were
lay down.
engaging with an app called Safari.
Oh,
You engaged some Google searches, correct?
Yes.
That would be generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
So after you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m.,
ozone what?
right?
Yes.
Okay, this is important, so I'm going to snap that back. Ozone
Google
what?
searched something about ozone basketball. Is that right?
What the hell?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
What was so important about ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning? Why did you search it then?
Well, first I was home. I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that basketball was on your mind, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else on your mind in that early morning hour time frame?
Like, how long does it
Don't
take
believe
for
so.
someone to die in the cold?
McCabe, if you wanted to know
She's nervous.
in general how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures, right? If you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Mhm.
If you personally wanted to know, how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures? What would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we don't have to guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia, do we?
'Cause you
actually
did it.
Google searched it.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Correct. I was.
After 2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Oh!
There's so many lies
Okay,
and
there's no
misconceptions
question.
on social media.
Question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Are you telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming. My
Doesn't
hands
matter.
were shaking, and she was saying, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You
Oh,
literally don't
no.
remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google
No,
hypothermia. How long does it take to
no,
die in the
no.
cold?
How about
And I picked up my
Oh, woman, you don't want to say it because you don't freaking want to admit that you don't want that coming out of your mouth. You don't want it coming out of your mouth, and you are scared scared shitless. Say it. Just say it. We all want you to just say it.
phone and I started Googling.
I
And you
started
literally, to this
Googling.
day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her
Do you remember it or do you not?
I'm
Ms.
saying
McCabe?
that.
That's a simple question.
that morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this?
Oh!
Hoss
Your Honor,
long to die
motion
in
to
cold.
strike.
Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been
Why
everywhere.
does that sound so familiar?
I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this? Hoss long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been
Why
everywhere
does that sound so familiar?
because you've put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world happens
Ooh!
to know it,
Mhm.
that's not on me, is it?
I guess not.
I guess not. Hoss long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Whew. Whew. Whew.
You were
Y'all.
seeking at some point to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed Hoss long to die in cold, correct?
You could show me it. I'd appreciate it.
You later Google searched.
No, we're not showing you. This testimony is based on your recollection. I am.
Yes.
If I was her attorney, I'd say, look, Your Honor, can we sidebar? And I would say, every time I've asked a question, she wants me to show. This is not look, read, and answer. This is based off of your remembering. If you can't remember, you can't remember. But every time he asks her difficult, look at the look on her face. That's a good freeze frame. That is a very good freeze frame. Every time it's a difficult question or she doesn't want to answer, can you show me? Show me. Show me. Because then she can go, I didn't say this, but they wrote it wrong. Oh my gosh. This is, just answer the freaking question. Just answer the freaking questions. I thought yesterday was snappy. Whew. We're only an hour into it, not even an hour into it, and we have gone beyond snappy. I wish I had.
Thank you.
While she looks at that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're. That ship is-
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
Take a look at that report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate
Hallelujah.
page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second? Yes. Did you see this, the actual search phrase? Does
Yes.
that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Alley, you got a lot of work to do to recover this witness, and I don't think you're going to. It's going to be interesting because the jury's going to see her demeanor really switch when the prosecution gets up there.
May I?
And we're going to
Yes.
hear a lot of we're victims.
There's that, Madam Court Reporter. I'm sorry.
Victims of harassment. Honey child, I've been a victim of public harassment
Okay.
for a long time. Get over it. I got to reset the camera, y'all.
Does this appear to be the document that was just marked as Exhibit 99?
Yes.
Just trying to get it back.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Jason. You know, You see this column,
Yes,
third column from the, actually it's the fourth column from the left. One, some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
correct.
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And you, exactly, you claim
Oh,
that you searched
Karen asked me to do it. Karen
screaming at
asked me
you,
to do it.
yelling at
Karen
you.
asked me to do it. Karen asked me to do it. If she asked you to jump off a bridge with the knife and would you jump off a bridge for Karen? Are you that stupid?
Google hypothermia, and you Googled.
You
how
better
long
take
does
us
it
to the
take for a
pharmacy.
person
This
to
is
die-
too
I'm
hot
sorry,
not.
She said something like, how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both
My sweet
spellings,
son brought
both
me a drink.
misspellings of that phrase result in the exact
I'm gonna
same
mute y'all for a minute.
search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that. No.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled it. How long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did. Yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings. So I did it again.
So how long to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Ms. McCabe? You had the result. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
And you see the time, let me scroll up, please. According to that, the Celebrate data, you see this first search that says how long to die in cold?
I do.
What's that time?
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
Realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
But you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23 was Hoslong to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
When you see the search
Oh.
right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that search?
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning in 51 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one at 6:24 says Hoslong to die in cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. I was up that great. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant. Yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality is your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched a 227. That is not
Ah.
reality.
But the 6:24 search
What's a copy and paste?
exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27, correct?
I'm sure Celebrate will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
Mm.
Of those three searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
What about your husband? Did he delete the search?
At the Celebrate report, top search, and the column marked deleted.
That's right. He's a tech person.
What do you see?
I see a yes.
Ms. McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized
Celebrate is not going to be your friend, my lady.
person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found. That would incriminate you, wouldn't it?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my
Oh,
friend that I loved.
Good that mouth. just
Family
makes
and
me-
friends.
sorry.
Is he
Objection.
not your-
Yo, when she gets upset, she starts to. Oh, look at her. Ooh. I know I'm mocking her because she is so full of what were we going to call it? Bushnit? She's full of bushnit.
Sustained.
That is our
You
new word,
acknowledge that you
bushnit
made the
group.
search at
We're the
6:23.
bushnit group. Sorry, I didn't mean to pause it.
Don't you?
In the morning, I did, yes.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the three searches that show
And she's
up,
looking at the jury
that
when
were
she
all
lies.
found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Of those three searches, there was only one marked deleted. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a
That's not what I
search.
asked you.
Oh, bull. You mentioned it earlier. I call it
The one at 2:27
Bushnit.
a.m., correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr.
I
Mallon?
knew that was going to be the end. Oh, we're at redirect. Are y'all going to do it or am I?
May I approach briefly?
Yes. Thank you.
Ooh, this is going to be fun. Now he's got a lot to save. Oh yeah, she is so full of piss and vinegar right now.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now she's going to totally change her demeanor. Watch this.
Going back
He's
a
got
little
to
bit,
save
you were
this.
asking questions about Life 360 application that you had on your phone. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that app and familiar with sort of using that app to see where your children are at various times. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from your experience of using that app, how accurate is it as far as location and time?
Very.
Anything in regard to it?
Pretty accurate, varying some of their locations and sometimes weather.
Have you ever had instances in which you were told someone was somewhere and they were not there?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Ryan Nagel's truck, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, or did you on January 29th, 2022, did you know Ryan Nagel?
I did not.
Did you know what kind of vehicle he drove?
I did not.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally, please.
Do you know whether or not that was actually somebody else's truck?
I do not know.
Do you know whether or not on January 29th, 2022, Ryan Nagel had a friend named Ricky?
I do now.
But on the 29th, did you?
No.
On the 29th, did you have any idea what kind of vehicle he drove?
No.
This person you didn't know.
Right. Correct.
And when you looked outside as far as the truck was concerned, did you even see a truck?
I just saw lights, vehicle. I didn't focus much attention to what was over there.
So fair to say you weren't paying attention to a truck you didn't see, a person you didn't know, that you had never seen before, correct?
Sustained as to that form.
Now, you were asked some questions about text between Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when those texts were sent, you don't know, do you?
Can you clarify?
Sure. Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel texted his sister Julie before he had even pulled on to Fairview Road?
They were texting at about his arrival.
Texting about his arrival, but do you know where Ryan Nagel was when he was texting Julie about his arrival?
I believe he was outside.
But you don't know. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel was on Cedar Crest or somewhere else when he texted Julie that he was about to arrive or that he was there?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it. Do you know that?
I don't know that now.
As far as the defendant's motor vehicle and the truck that Mr. Nagel was in, did you see either of those vehicles arrive in front of Fairview?
Yes.
You saw them pull up?
No, actually, are you asking if I saw them pulling up or if I saw when they arrived? I did not see them pulling up.
So at some point after they arrived, your attention was drawn outside.
Yes.
And when we're talking about you going to the door and looking outside, how long a period are you looking at?
Not long.
So would you describe it as either a glance or more of a, were you staring intently at the vehicle out in front of the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
How would you describe the manner in which you were looking out at the SUV in front of the house?
I would go to the front door. I look out. I saw the vehicle. I believe I sent a text and I went and sat back down.
Now, in any of those times that you went to the door, and do you know how many times you went to the door?
I don't know exactly.
At least twice, is that correct?
At least, yes.
Now, in those at least twice that you, well, at least twice that you saw the vehicle and once that you saw that the vehicle was gone, correct?
Yeah, so I guess actually it was more than twice because I saw the vehicle move as well.
And
so she corrected her testimony.
Did you see the vehicle physically move, or it was in one place and then you came back later and it was in a different place?
It was in one place, and then when I came back, it was further up.
Now, at any of those points in time that you took a glance out the storm door, did you see anybody outside of the vehicle?
No,
Did you see inside of the vehicle?
no,
Did you see anybody outside other than Julie Nagel on the front lawn, front walkway, or anything else?
no,
At any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview that night, did you see John O'Keefe?
no,
Now look at her constantly looking over at the jury. She wants them to see that point.
At any point in time after you arrived at Fairview, after you hung up from the 12:18 a.m. call.
By the way, Julie Nagel's next.
Describing where 34 Fairview was in reference to.
Not Nagel,
Ellis.
Kerry Roberts.
Did you ever hear from John O'Keefe ever again?
No.
I wish I had a. Look, I give all
During
sympathy to that
about
family, but this
20
woman,
minute or so period of time when Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant's SUV is in front of the house, you never heard anything from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And did that strike you as unusual as far as him not responding?
I thought it was strange, but then I thought that they just might have decided to go home or had gotten into a fight or Kaylee wanted him home.
Now, you're looking out through the storm door and you see the Lexus with its lights on, right?
Correct.
And from that area, the secondary area up by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, that's the same area where you found John O'Keefe the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that area, is there any lights as far as street lights or anything that you're aware of in that area?
No, it's a dark area in the corner of the lot.
Now, at any point in time, were you looking or were you expecting to see John's body on the lawn?
Absolutely not.
And fair to say that when you're looking in the dark, in the snow, from the storm door out towards the vehicle, not the same conditions as if you're standing in a courtroom or sitting in a courtroom today, about 10 feet away from somebody during the daytime with lights on, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you go back to Fairview the next morning, and again, who was the person who requested or directed to go to Fairview?
Karen.
And so when you go to Fairview along with the defendant and Ms. Roberts at the defendant's direction, sometime around 6 a.m., when was it that you first saw Mr. O'Keefe?
I wasn't the one to first see him. Karen was.
So she's banging on the door, asking it to be let out. She goes directly over to the body, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Ms. Roberts, well, you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe on the lawn until after she did that, correct?
Correct.
And that was after you had already sort of driven a little bit past where he was, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to you get home from Fairview around 2 a.m. or somewhere in that time frame, you go up to bed and you do some searches on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a Safari tab or application on your phone. That's where you access Google.
Yes.
Is that typically where you would access Google?
Yes.
And you were looking at Ozone basketball. You're also looking at Hockamock. Is that right?
Objection. Sustained.
What, if anything else, were you looking at beyond the Ozone basketball you talked about?
We had an exciting game earlier in the night against a local town that has a very good basketball program.
no explanation.
So
I was looking for
Hockamock
blank.
Sports to look at the recap, and typically I'll do that to see how other teams did, etc.
And around that same time, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, within when you did that, as far as looking things up on Google, were you opening up new tabs within Safari as you were looking at different websites or different topics?
No.
And when you went to bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
And did you X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to Ozone and Hockamock?
No, I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
As far as having multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
So then flash forward to sometime after 6 a.m., you're on the side of the road and the defendant asks you to conduct or look up something with regard to hypothermia or how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
So when you open that up and you go into Google, did you open up a new tab or did you just sort of go into what you had already open in the Safari tab?
I went to what I already had opened.
And that's where you perform the search, is that right?
Excuse me?
That's where you perform the search that you were just being asked about?
Yes.
And you never made any search like that at 2:27 in the morning, correct?
I did not know.
Now, again, you've been shown what's been called a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes,
Are you familiar with how many Cellbrite extraction reports were conducted in reference to your phone?
I think a couple. I'm actually not sure.
And prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever seen a Cellbrite extraction report?
No,
As you sit here today, do you even really know what that is?
not really. No,
Do you know what a wall file is?
no,
Do you know what an SQLite database is?
no,
Do you know what a knowledge profile C database is?
no,
Do you know how information is stored and kept within your cell phone?
no.
But your husband
Now,
does.
as far as, let me ask you this: you had 4 children, and you were a mom, a homemaker, correct?
Correct.
At some point, you did work, though, right?
Yes,
What did you do for work?
I was an elementary school teacher. Fifth.
Y'all.
One question and we'll see where this goes.
What grade did you teach?
Fifth.
And how long did you teach 5th grade?
Objection.
Yeah, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. Folks, feel free to stand up.
We're going to speed this up, y'all, so. Ooh, look at that look. Oh, look at that look. I want to see that again. Looking at mom and daddy like, mm-hmm.
If I could take you back to
Y'all, I'm being really
4:53 in the
harsh.
morning is when
I'm
you got
sorry.
that first call from Kaylee Kerbush, is that correct?
Correct.
You answered that call, and then the defendant is put on the line, correct?
Yes.
And so what is the first sort of iteration of the story that the defendant tells you happened the night before?
That they got into a fight. She left him at the waterfall and he never came home.
And at some point later, you confront her with that you saw the vehicle out front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And so then what is the defendant's story changed at that point?
That they went there and it changed multiple times. I'm not sure exactly. She said, oh, at one point, oh my God, I don't even remember going there. She was telling other people that he was dead, that a plow hit him. The story changed multiple times that morning.
Now, on cross-examination, you were played a voicemail. Do you know whose phone that voicemail was from?
They never said no.
Fair to say that you're on 911 in the background of that phone call, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't your phone.
Correct.
And there's 2 other people beyond that, as far as Ms. Roberts and the defendant there, correct?
Correct.
Was Kerry on the phone at all that you saw?
No.
And so with reference to the timing of that phone, you had called 911 and you were on the phone with 911 at the time that recording starts, right?
Correct.
So you had gotten out of the car, you had gone around and then seen where the defendant had run over to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
As to the form, it's sustained.
What had you done before you placed that 911 call?
I got out of the car. I ran behind the car over to the body. I was in a state of shock for a couple of seconds. Kerry and I looked at each other and I said, I'm going to call 911.
And there was a period of time when you made the call before it connected, and you said you bounced around to different agencies, correct?
Yes.
And this is after the defendant has hit the door and run from the vehicle over to Mr. O'Keefe's body, right?
Yes.
So it's not your phone, and it's not Ms. Roberts' phone. Fair inference is the defendant's phone, correct?
Correct.
And so this phone call had been made or started recording at some point before you had even gotten out of the car, made your way over to Mr. O'Keefe, been in a state of shock for a few seconds, called 911, connected to 911. So at some point, it had to have been made in the car, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Do you know when that voicemail or that recording that you heard, do you know when that call was placed?
I don't.
Now, at the time that you are making the 911 call, where is the defendant in relation to the vehicle?
She is over with Mr. O'Keefe.
Why do you keep leaning in on certain things and you don't on others? Are you thinking that leaning into the microphone is going to get that answer accepted better?
You mentioned that the part beyond the 911 call where you heard yourself talking, you're at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle.
Yes.
And why are you at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
In the beginning, I'm at the rear gathering towels or blankets. And then a few times I go to the rear because I'm trying to speak with the 911 and Karen is screaming hysterically. And then Kerry starts screaming at her to calm down. It was quite chaotic. So I was moving away so that I could be clear with the operators.
Now, at some point you went into your sister's house at 34 Fairview, right?
Yes.
And why did you go?
Officer Lank asked me to go in and wake them up.
So you were asked to go in there by the police to wake them up, correct?
Sustained.
And at some point, you indicated that you had called Officer Lang to come back to the house, right?
Yes.
And how did you get his number again?
Julie Albert.
And as far as are you aware whether or not Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, or any of the other people that were present had Officer Lang's number?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you ask Julie Albert and not Brian Albert or Nicole Albert?
Because I knew she was the only one that had his number.
This has got to be hard
Some
to recover for
questions
him.
about, ask some questions about when you were on scene and you indicated in your testimony on direct that you heard the defendant say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Yes.
You also, early in your testimony, had indicated that earlier in the morning, the defendant had phrased that differently as far as could I have hit him or did I, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You heard the defendant make a variety of statements over the course of the night, correct?
Yes.
And more to my point, as far as you recall testifying at another hearing under oath in June of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And were you
Be right back.
all being asked some questions specifically about this topic?
Objection.
Allowed. Okay.
Hey, mods, go ahead and do the sidebar stuff. I'll be right back. This is a long sidebar. Oh no, that's funny. That is sidebar. Yes, you may use that if you want. We can have fun with this, y'all. But I do need to, Miss McKevin, I know you're helping me and you're doing awesome. Thank you so much for the sidebars and the redirects. But for my own visual, because of my dyslexia, when you type out the redirect Jennifer McCabe testimony, can you at least capitalize every word on that? Just because I catch it better than if it's in lowercase, I won't catch it as better. Not the whole word cap, just the beginning letters. You are so awesome. That is so cool. Y'all, we could do side bra. We can have fun with this. Definitely. That's what life is about, right? Thank you. I don't want to come across bossy in any way. If anybody's ever watched, I guess all of you have watched, I'm going to turn that down a little more. Emily D. Baker, she can't handle all caps. I like all caps because it catches my eye better, but it is more difficult to read. So if we're going to be pinning anything, capitalize every beginning of every word. Makes it easier for me to catch. If you have a question, put like 2 or 3 question marks before the comment question, so I know that that's something that I need to answer. That way, it catches my eye, because hopefully the more we grow, we'll be getting a lot more comments, as you know, and it'll be harder to keep up with. This is a good training for me. Thank you. This is a good training for me so I can learn what I need. Not trying to be demanding in any way of my mods. You guys are fabulous. Absolutely love you. And hey, you got good comments from Recovery Addict. He spoke very highly of y'all.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. McCabe, as I was asking before, in June of 2023, you testified in another proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions specifically about those statements that you heard the defendant say on the morning of January 20th, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall specifically what your testimony was in regard to that portion of your, in regard to those statements?
I don't recall specifics. I know what I know what I know. I know what happened.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
That's bad when you have to approach and show your own witness what they said. Yes. Yes. Sarah?
I'm giving you 2 pages. Direct your attention to the bottom of the first page and then into the next page. If you could just review that to yourself and look up.
Can you shut the door since it keeps opening it? Go ahead and take her out. It's okay.
The page
Thank
again,
you.
Mr. Lally.
You're on 816 and 817.
Thank you.
Someone asked, why are there having 2 grand juries? One's state
Yes.
level, one's a federal level. Some people don't realize.
Refreshed as to what you said in that prior proceeding in regard.
I'll get back to that.
Yes.
What did you say?
What did I say in that? I told them that Karen looked straight at me and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I said that there was, I believe, an EMT that overheard as well.
Now, do you recall in that same prior proceeding being asked any questions sort of at different times, the defendant saying different iterations of that same statement?
Objection.
Sustained as to form. No leading, Mr. Lally.
With respect to that that's testimony in that same prior proceeding, what, if anything else, were you asked about statements the defendant made to you that morning?
I was asked what were some of the statements that Miss Reed had made. And it was like, repeat, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I have a cracked tail light. And then I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Y'all, that woman needs
With respect
braces.
to Questions and as far as did I hit him or could I have hit him, and the statement I hit him, those were at different times, correct?
Correct.
Now, you met with Trooper Proctor on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time that you had met him?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, was with him when you met?
I believe it was Trooper Yuri.
And subsequent to that day, did you meet with other troopers?
Yes.
And by other troopers, I mean not Trooper Proctor and not Trooper Yuri.
Yes.
And with respect to meeting with other troopers, was it at that point that they had talked to you about taking your phone?
Correct.
And they asked you for your phone, is that correct?
I had shared my Life 360 and my texts, and they asked if they could take a copy of my phone.
And did you agree to that?
I agreed to it. Yes.
And were you presented a form at all in regard to your agreeing to hand over your phone?
Yes.
And beyond what you had testified to earlier, as far as things to do, were there any limitations that you put on what they could look at or take from your phone?
No limitations.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just because you hand over a phone doesn't mean that you didn't do anything wrong. They're going to subpoena, or you're going to hand it over, but they're going to get it.
Just ask you to look at it with them.
But back to the thing, the federal court is investigating the police, the investigation and the handling of this case, whereas the state is charging Miss Karen Reed. So, two different
Gentlemen, do you recognize that?
Yes.
grand juries she has testified at.
This was the consent form for my phone.
So that's the form you filled out with the troopers in regards to giving over your phone.
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll move the seeker to submit as the next exhibit.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
So what? You gave them your phone, but you already deleted everything, not realizing that they were going to get it anyway. Just saying.
Now, again, Ms. McCabe,
Found my earrings.
initially following that the events of initially that morning around 6 a.m. or so, at some point you were seeking, or you had actually asked the defendant for Kerry Roberts' phone number, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you were looking for Kerry's number specifically?
Well, the driving conditions were terrible. She was driving to Braintree to pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. And then they were heading to the hospital, and I was just looking to see how John was doing.
Now, you had mentioned at some point, did you speak to Ms. Roberts that morning in regard to updates as far as how John was doing?
Yes.
And you mentioned that later on, either that day or the next day, that you had gone over to Mr. O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving at the time that you went over to the O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts?
Kerry was driving.
And so when you left the O'Keefe's house, where was it that you went?
Kerry went to drop her daughter off at her friend's house, the daughter of Mike Lank.
And you were just in the front passenger seat of that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
You had mentioned as far as getting together with Ms. Roberts at the request of someone to talk about a timeline, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that came about, or who was making that request?
Kerry called me and she told me that she had talked to Peggy, and Peggy had
Can't do that.
I'm going to allow it.
And Peggy had suggested to Kerry, you guys should write a timeline. You don't want to forget anything, when the time comes, meaning when the trial comes, you don't want to forget anything that happened.
And just to be clear, when you say Peggy, who are you referring to?
Mrs. O'Keefe.
Oh,
Mother?
John's
what did
mother,
she
correct.
think?
Now, you were asked some questions about subsequent date as far as hearing bits and pieces or portions of Ms. Roberts' statement to troopers at your home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not that was the first time that Ms. Roberts had talked to troopers or officers or anyone from either the Canton Police or the State Police?
I believe on the 29th in the afternoon, troopers went to her house. So that would have been the first time.
So the time that she was at your home and speaking to troopers, that would have been at least the second time that she had spoken to troopers, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, with reference to Ms. Roberts and her phone, was Ms. Roberts, the time that you handed your phone over to the troopers, was Ms. Roberts present there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see Ms. Roberts do with respect to her phone and the troopers?
She turned her phone over as well and signed the consent.
Now, during that time, you had indicated that you had heard a statement that you said was horrified you in some way. Is that correct?
From Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Correct.
And what was that? What was she talking about?
Objection.
The door has been opened, Mr. Jackson. That means you can answer.
So basically, Kerry is a talker, and once she started,
I think just focus on
Okay.
what she said.
okay,
Oh,
she
that's
said
funny.
something like,
Ronnie, that's good.
John really loved Amy, and in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
And is that what made it memorable to you as far as what had transpired at that time?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts' statements?
I got to hear that again, y'all.
Testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any.
I got to hear it again.
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts' statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time?
No.
Came to the area of 34 Fairview Road around 6 a.m.
Wait, I didn't hear it.
Statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time.
No.
Prior, at any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts?
Karen was just a babysitter with benefits. John really loved Amy, and in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
And is that what made it memorable to you as far as what had transpired at that time?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts' statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time?
No.
Whoa. Snap. We can fast forward.
He had jeans and I believe the same shirt on, yes.
And nothing additional as far as a jacket or anything like that you saw?
Not that I recall.
Now, again, as you were driving down Fairview Road, if the defendant did not bang on the door and essentially jump out of the car and make a beeline over to Mr. O'Keefe.
Perfect, Dan. Thank you.
No.
Recall when you were leaving 34 Fairview Road earlier, as far as sometime between 1:30 and 1:45 when Mr. McCabe is driving. Do you recall whether or not the roads were plowed or treated or anything that you saw at that time?
I know there was snow on them, but I can't recall specifics.
Now, as far as the defendant coming over your house shortly after 5 a.m., was that something that you were expecting at the time?
No.
And what was it prior to the defendant showing up and sort of screaming in front of your house? What was your sort of plan as far as based on the information that Ms. Reed had called about?
My husband and I were going to go out and we were going to drive over to Tom Beatty's house to see if John was there.
Now, as far as the 911 call that you were making, that information that you were providing, what was that based on?
What I was seeing.
But as far as how Mr. O'Keefe had come to be there at 34 Fairview Road. When you're communicating any of that to the 911 operator or to officers on scene, was that from your observations when you were inside 34 Fairview?
I think Amy was prior to Ashley.
Well, it was from what Karen was saying as we were driving there.
So as far as him being dropped off or anything like that, that came from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Now, as
Somebody
far
text-
as you had been asked and you had testified about going over to Trooper Proctor's house to meet with his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about certain incidents of harassment that you had undergone, as well as Mrs. Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
How long had that been going on for at that point?
At that point, it started in April, and now I believe I went over there in September.
And what, if anything, was the frequency of the harassment? Is it sporadic, or how often were you experiencing?
We're going there.
Sometimes hourly.
And in addition to what you've already testified, what, if any, other incidents do you recall specifically involving either you or your children or your home?
Objection.
People come by my house, they take video, they scream.
Objection, Your Honor. This has nothing to do with this case. If you were in a civil case and you want to sue, that's fine. But objection, Your Honor, there's nothing to do with the case.
They've gone to my child's sporting events and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges and said that they shouldn't allow them to play. And then they've attached these horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother. They harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building, and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. Your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it, they threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I am a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness. And these people are terrorizing me.
Stand as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else will stand. Okay.
Oh, God.
So,
Wah.
Understanding that Mrs. Proctor had sustained similar issues as you had.
Correct.
Now, again, Trooper Michael Proctor never met him prior to January 29, 2022, correct?
I have never met him prior. No.
And the time that you went over to meet with Elizabeth Proctor, was Trooper Michael Proctor home at that time?
No, he was not home.
And had you ever been over to his house prior to that or any time subsequent to that?
No, never.
Now, you did have some conversations with Trooper Proctor following this day and around let me ask you this. You testified a bit about a rolling round. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what that was or what occurred on that day?
So that day in July, a group got together under one blogger, and they all met and they decided to go to different houses. So Michael Proctor had been made aware of what was happening. So he had reached out to tell me, what was going to be happening and how they had set up some cameras. It was a Saturday. I had just come home from vacation with my children and my husband. Mrs. O'Keefe picked up my two younger children and brought them out with her so they wouldn't be home for this. And my two older children and my husband were in the house while about, 50 to 75 people came to my house. They screamed, they yelled, "There's a murderer." They just caused an absolute ruckus outside.
Prior to that, did you have any conversations with Proctor or any other troopers from the state police about knowledge of that incident occurring prior to its occurrence?
Yes,
And as far as setting up sort of pole cameras around your house to memorialize whatever was going to happen.
yes,
Now, you were asked some questions with regard to the Google search. Again, that was initiated after 6 a.m. Why again?
because Miss Reed asked me to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. She was shaking me, screaming at me to do it.
And she's shaking you as you're typing, is that correct?
Correct.
And there were some misspellings, correct?
Correct. I also have MS and I have
Well, I'll allow that.
I have MS and I have, issues with my hands. So I a lot of times Google and make errors, but the cold also makes my hand go completely numb. So I'm not surprised that that's how it would come out.
When you were in your bedroom sometime after 2 a.m., fair to say the defendant wasn't there shaking you when you were Google searching for ozone basketball or Hawkmock?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were shaking because you were cold. Don't use your illness as a crutch.
Nothing further on.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Recross.
Statement. I hit him. He gave a statement on January 29th to Sergeant Light. Called him over to specifically give him a statement, correct?
Correct.
Gave a statement the next day, later that day, Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
You were also met with, on that following Tuesday, with a trooper named Prince, correct?
Correct.
And then you testified in April of 2022, no fewer than 12 times about statements that you attributed to Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And in not one of those instances, not one, is there a report that says you said, she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct. Although I told Mike Lank.
Oh, we already know that the officers all got it wrong.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to that. Next question, please, Mr. Jackson.
So you indicate that you were, the harassment that you just described, this terrible harassment that you just described, started in about April 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was around the time that there were public hearings concerning this Google search. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
I'm not sure exactly when the Google search came out.
But you do know that you started suffering this harassment that you claimed is awful and terrible, et cetera, around April of 2023. Is that right?
I didn't claim it's awful. It is awful.
Okay, I'm sure it is awful, Ms. McCabe. I'm sure it's terrible.
It
I'm
is.
sure it sucks to be harassed.
It really does.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so that's sustained, and I'll strike it. Go ahead and ask a question, Mr. Jackson.
You were upset by April of 2023 that there was public outrage about your family being involved in the death of John O'Keefe. That's what you were upset about, correct?
I was upset that we as witnesses were being harassed.
You were upset about public outrage concerning this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, that was answered. Next question.
And 2 months later, in June of 2023, for the first time, you testified at another proceeding, and lo and behold, you attributed the words, I hit him, to my client, right?
Objection.
So ask that without the objectionable phrase.
2 months later, at another proceeding in June of 2023, you attributed the statement, I hit him, to my client for the first time under oath, correct?
Under oath, correct.
Like that.
You indicated when
Thank
you
you,
turned your
Mud.
phone in, the police were
Oh,
perfectly okay with you deleting communications with your children, correct?
Correct.
Including Allie, who's a material witness in this trial.
Objection.
So part of that is objectionable, and I'll sustain that. So
You're aware that your daughter Allie was a witness in this case.
At the time, I was not aware of that. No.
No, but you did know that ultimately she was going to indicate that she drove Colin home, correct? You knew that at the time.
Objection.
that's sustained.
Did you know at the time that Allie had driven Colin home, or she said she drove him home?
I had no idea she drove him home.
But you deleted all those communications with Allie, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you delete all the communications that you had off your phone with Allie, your daughter?
Objection.
So this has already been answered, but go ahead, finish. Let's finish this loop. Did you delete them?
I deleted the conversations with my 4 daughters. At that time, Allie was not a witness.
All I asked you, for my question, did you or did you not delete the communications with Allie McCabe?
Objection.
That's been answered.
She kept trying to pick up the cat.
You said that there was this statement that horrified you, your words, horrified you, that Kerry Roberts made during her interview that you were eavesdropping on, right?
I'm not sure if she made it during that interview. I'd have to look back to see when I said she told them everything in bold, because I know she had said it to me multiple times. So I'm not sure if it's when she said it in the interview or just in general. When she said, I told them everything. I told them, etc.
So when you said in that group chat, she's telling them everything, that might not even be what you're talking about.
No, it was.
And you said that horrified you, correct?
I didn't know Kerry Roberts. So yes, her statement horrified me.
Horrified you.
Yes, that was horrifying.
And in that group chat, your response to that horrifying statement was 3 words. I love it.
Was there a response prior to that?
You tell me, ma'am. I'm not the one under oath. You are.
Well, if you
You said that there was this statement that horrified you, your words, horrified you, that Kerry Roberts made during her interview that you were eavesdropping on, right?
I'm not sure if she made it during that interview. I'd have to look back to see when I said she told them everything in bold, because I know she had said it to me multiple times. So I'm not sure if it's when she said it in the interview or just in general. When she said, I told them everything.
Whoa! Whoa! Back up. You're telling us now. Please don't. She's not a lady. But you're telling me now. You don't remember exactly when she made that statement? And she said, look at the captioning. She said, I told them everything. You're the freaking one who said she's telling them everything. Now you're changing your story. Oh my God, this is big. I'm on the jury. My ears are perked.
I told them, etc.
So when you said in that group chat, she's telling them everything, that might not even be what you're talking about.
No, it was.
And you said that horrified you, correct?
I didn't know Kerry Roberts. So yes, her statement horrified me.
Horrified you.
Yes, that was horrifying.
And in that group chat, your response to that horrifying statement was 3 words. I love it.
Was there a response prior to that?
You tell me, ma'am. I'm not the one under oath. You are.
Well, if you want to show me it again, I'd
Objection,
love
Your
to
Honor.
get.
Yesterday.
So do you have it handy, Mr. Jackson?
I don't, Your Honor. I'll grab it.
I know he is freaking tired. I bet you he is so tired. of having to pull up her crap. She testified, this is her testimony. He should not have to pull everything up every minute so she can look at it and form her testimony based on written documentation of previous ones. Either you remember it or you don't. Fortunately, he has to pull it up. But, as a juror, I'm looking at her going, girl, like my old girlfriend used to do, girl, y'all. Let me try to see if I can speed this up a little. Obviously, I cannot. And I'm spinning. Give me a second. Let me see where I'm at. -823. Let me see if I can refresh. Play. -8.
Words or write the words, I'm so horrified. Did you?
No, because it was already spoken about.
Let's go back a hair.
Those were on phone in response to my husband saying this girl could write a book.
What's the next thing that you wrote to that group within a second of that?
She is telling them everything.
Right. May I approach the court?
Sure.
Nowhere in that text chain did you say something along the lines of, "Oh my goodness, I'm so horrified." Did you?
Those were on phone conversations.
Nowhere in those texts that you just saw did you say the words or write the words, "I'm so horrified." Did you?
No, because it was already spoken about.
You were asked on that morning, January 29th, 2022, as you drove to the location and ultimately to 34 Fairview. What ultimately happened? And your testimony was, as you approached, my client was searching frantically for John O'Keefe, correct?
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for John O'Keefe.
Searching frantically.
She was screaming frantically in the back seat and texting in the back seat.
Was she just sitting there curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming
Right.
between Kerry and I. So I'm not really sure how she saw John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Ms. McCabe, to search for John?
It was because she knew where he was.
The whole point of that trip was to look for him, correct?
She directed us to go to 34
Yes or no?
Fairview.
The whole point of the trip was to look for John, correct?
At 34 Fairview, where Karen said to go.
And your testimony is that if it hadn't been for Karen jumping out of that truck, you would have stopped, correct?
Because I wouldn't have seen him. I didn't know he was
Yes
there.
or no?
She did.
Yes or no? Was that your statement? If she hadn't gotten out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped.
I don't believe it was stated like that. I believe there was a question and I answered.
And the question was, would you have stopped? And your answer was what?
What was the direct question?
Oh my goodness, Ms. McCabe, it was 5 minutes ago.
Did he ask, did you see something? You like to change words. I just want to be certain.
So, Mr. Jackson, just keep it to questions, not comments.
Ooh, we've gone fire, y'all.
Alley. If Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. All right, Ms. McCabe, we are finished. Jurors, I'm going to ask you to follow them out like you've done. We'll take a recess and.
Oh.
I need to see the words.
Jurors folding and leaving your notebooks on the chairs. All rise. Follow me, jury out.
In an effort to save a little time, why don't I see counsel at sidebar to find out exactly what you want from me?
Uh, uh, is all I got on that, y'all. I'm still, I'm kind of, seems like that morning Jen was trying to lead Karen anywhere, but that could be taken that way, y'all. Oh, that is such a good, y'all are good. We are definitely, I'm going to go ahead and come into me. I'm going to bring this down. Okay, y'all. I've got some comments. Of course I do. I got a big mouth. It wasn't until June. Let me look at my notes. I think it was June. April. April or June. I think it was April that the I hit him, I hit him, I hit him came out. It's really been vague. Now we have a very good understanding. So this is a very big contrast to previous testimony. This woman, I, y'all, I don't like to say I don't like people. Well, I can't say that. I'm not afraid to say I don't like people. I'm not afraid. I'm sorry, and my legs are cold. I'm not afraid to sit there and say I don't like someone. But this woman, even it's so hard to listen to her testimony because of the way she's presenting herself. If you want her testimony to be heard, then you really need to keep yourself under control. You did not help the defense in any way, shape, or form in this. I mean, the prosecution, any way, shape, or form, in my humble opinion. In fact, you created a lot of problems for them. And if I was the prosecution, I would be filling my diapers. Whoa, I got to, okay, guys, I got to throw this live. You got to see this. You guys need to see this. I'm going to stop the music. I'm going to come back. I got to come back and rewind this because I want you to see this. I'm going to try and lip read her because this girl can lip read. Why are you doing this again? Oh, I want to see what she says. I don't know what's going on with the internet, y'all. They're in recess.
In an effort to save a little time, why don't I see counsel at sidebar to find out exactly what you want from me?
Okay, I got to find it. Y'all, she said, Karen Reed said something. I'm going to try and read her lips. That's not what I want. Let me just kind of do it this way. Okay, there it is. Look at Mama. Such a classy lady. Such a classy lady. I wonder what she thought about that testimony. I really do. Cover your mouth when you talk. Okay, let's see what she says. I want to try and see. I may have to go back and forth a little bit, but let's see if I can read her. She is sideways, which makes it much harder, but I'm sorry. I look like BITCH, but I'm trying to see the rest of it. Well, it looks like BITCH. Watch again. Whoa! BITCH definitely looks like part of that. Oh, that's okay. I think we're going to end up in a recess. Did they say anything? Or did they just go bye-bye?
SAMI.
You are muted.
Oh, that's okay.
Thank you.
You couldn't. She said, okay, we're still. I guess this is the morning recess. Let me go ahead and get us all caught up. Oh my gosh, y'all. This is so much heat today. I mean, it is unfreaking believable. That woman. And it it is so hard, y'all. Here, I'll put it back on. I'll do this. I'll scoot it back and y'all look at it and see what you think. And of course, it's going to give me the proverbial thing. Seriously, driving me crazy. We'll watch it again. I don't know, y'all. What is your humble opinion on that? You got to see it. What do you think? What do you think? Oh my gosh. That is just absolutely. Let's do this real quick. Trying to for my time stamping. I am feeling a little. I almost feel punched. I almost feel like I've been almost gutted. I have no idea. It looks like BITCH. That I understand, but make. I don't know. I have no. I will have to go down and go and slow it down and really analyze it. Okay, y'all. So one of the things that got me was at the very end. That Karen Roberts' statement horrified Jim McCabe, and the statement was, John really loved Amy. And in my eyes, Karen was a babysitter with benefits. No, that's too long. Couldn't be that. It's too long. Looks like me or make. Me, make, same on the mouth. Like Mary, Barry, or same on the mouth. So that comment there, Amy, I think, is the woman before Bella's mom, Ashley. Or maybe Ashley was before Bella's mom, Amy. I don't know which. But the thing is that it horrified her. And then she turns around and says in a later text, I love it. Whoa, y'all, that was really intense. This was really, really intense. Well, it has been with her from day one. Haas longed to die in snow, showed in the celebrate. That to me, she deleted it. And you can't sit there and tell me she doesn't know how to delete. She knows how to delete. How many of us not know how to delete? Come on. I made a note today that I don't want all this falling out. Yells, she should have time. Do not forget anything, right? Okay, the timeline. Let's talk about timeline, y'all. Once again, if you're joining me, I'm Adakay. Thank you so much. Please comment, like, subscribe, especially subscribe. The reason is we will be giving away a Yeti, not a Yeti, Starbucks tumbler. I don't know where Yeti came from. At the end of the week for everybody who subscribes. So that will, and it's free. It doesn't cost you anything. The timeline. Let's discuss that. I've been in situations to where I come home at the end of the day and I write down notes of what happened. Excuse me. There is absolutely nothing wrong with you personally writing things down because it's true. Our memory does fade as time goes on. I have done many, what are they called? When you write them down and certify it. Anyway, my brain's cramping with this trial. And I have written and journaled more specifically outlines of what happened when. Every time I go to an accident scene and every time I go anywhere, I am journaling what happened, what did I do, when did I do it, to the best of my knowledge. I have a friend who, it was funny, not funny that I was at an accident scene, but I always carry Scotch tape. Sorry, I had a piece of skin. I always carry a piece of Scotch tape. Affidavit, thank you. And I'll take a piece off and slap it on my leg. And I have a pen that retracts to my emergency vest. And I'll jot down the A for arrival, the time. If anything significant happens, I will write and make little notes on that tape on my leg because it's not going anywhere. And then when I get home, I have documentation. I am so sorry, y'all. But I forgot that I had that on my leg, and after an incident when I was driving, I went and I was on my way to meet somebody, and it was still on my leg, and I just put that tape on something on me. Sometimes I stick it to the inside of my purse if I can't get home, but I document everything because you never know when I'm going to be called to testify. I still have all those from years ago, but it's important to note. So there's nothing wrong with you sitting down and making an affidavit or a timeline. Jispiny creepers, y'all. I've got the yawnies. I need something. And so, but what concerns me is that she stated, this concerns me. Her comment was, Peggy, John O'Keefe's mother, told her and Kerry they need to get together and create a timeline as they not to forget. I have a hard time believing that. I want to hear from his mom. If she said, y'all need to go home and jot this down so you don't forget, that I'd believe. But for her to be that specific, then again, you don't know the mother and her personality. That may be her personality. I have told people who've been at a horrific accident scene that they should jot things down when they get home. Exactly. Jot things down when you get home so you don't forget things. But I don't understand the deletion on Jennifer McCabe's phone. Why are you deleting Google searches, text, and all that? And she very well may be. She very well may be. We won't know until this is all over. I don't want my little piece of chocolate left on the floor. Peppers may get it. I guess it didn't end up on the floor. So the thing is that this witness was more worried about getting her personal opinions in and her woe is me. I have been so harassed and we've had death threats and na. That very well may have been, but none of that happened until after that April 23, when your Google search that you deleted off of your phone was made public. I don't, I have to say, I have lived through that kind of harassment with my ex-husband's case. I don't want that for anybody. I would not want that for anybody. The family, a lot of time of a criminal, face a lot of harassment. And I understand that may have happened. But you're not here today. If Karen Reed is found guilty, sue her. If you even can. But you decided to go over to the house and you decided to do X, Y, and Z. So therefore, you put yourself in the situation. So I almost feel like you thrive, that she thrives. I almost feel like she thrives on this negative attention. Doesn't make sense a timeline to remember everything, but exactly, that's what I'm saying. Hold on, let me text this real quick. Sorry, I had to make an important text. So it doesn't make sense to see. And the thing is that, okay, you made a timeline. Can you show me where that is? Show me the timeline. You talk so much about the timeline. Show me that timeline. Where is it? Yeah, and she got stuck at the last part of her testimony. She got stuck at the last part of her testimony. I don't know if I wrote it down. The fact that she keeps, and how many of us have watched 5, 6 of these big court trials? How many of us? Give me a hand. How many times? I don't like this music. I really don't. Um, There, that's better. How many times have we seen a witness sit there and state so many times, "Can you show me what I said?" How many times have we seen witnesses say, "I need you to show me what you think I said before I'll answer your question"? Never have I seen this. Many times they'll say, "Do you remember 5 years ago when you gave a sworn statement?" They go, "It's been a long time. I don't remember the specific words." And then the lawyer will say, "Would it help you if I showed you your statement?" Yes, that would help. But I have never seen a witness ever ask so many times to be shown her own testimony from the past. Never seen that. Mm, yes, and that's true. I don't know if they're on a lunch break or not because I'm didn't hear anything. They just kind of left. Oh, that's good. So, one thing is that I'm hoping is that Kerry Roberts is going to, I guess, be a nicer witness today. Let me go back. I am really enjoying all the drama because that's what we're here for a little bit, right? We want the truth. But the, I'm sorry, my chair is a little crooked. See that? See how it's poking out on one side and it's not on the other? Oh, my chair has a round cushion and a curved back, and I love it. But you see how it's like I just did not like Jen at all. I just do JMC. I did not like her. And I really tried. I understand this is stressful. I understand this is scary, frustrating. You're tired of the drama in your life because of what happened. But you need the jury to like you, to trust you, to believe you. And everything that Jen McCabe did was the exact opposite. Mm, good question. What was your first trial that you watched from start to end on TV? Yeah. Mine is way back there. OJ. That was my first. You know, what Jen McCabe really did to herself and her family was give the public more reason, if it's true, of the harassing. She just gave the public more ammunition. Yeah. I haven't watched one trial after another, but I've been watching trials since way back when. She did not appear to be a likable witness, I guess. I'm trying to figure out witness. I can't remember in sign language. She's not a likable person for her testimony. Not at all. And I would hate to upset that woman. And if she was my kid's teacher, I'd be scared for my child if that is how she behaved when confronted by maybe a parent, but that was upset with something that may have happened in the classroom with their children. And they went to talk to her, and I would hate to be that mom, because I would not put up with that at all. I would change teachers. I would think that she would have better control of her emotions. Most teachers that I know do have really good control of emotions. So true. I would be more scared as a teacher to have her as a parent. Oh, that is so true. Sometimes the opposite is worse. Oh my gosh. So true. I forgot to be signing. Can y'all hear me okay? Is my voice and the clarity the same? Has it changed? I really want to make sure that the hearing audience has good quality sound at the same time as that my deaf clients have in the sign. Wow. Okay. I hate the hollow microphone sound, and I hate the high pitch sound. I like more of a warm tone to my voice. But y'all, they're still on recess. What's happening? That's just a long one. It's been 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Oh, now they're coming back.
Thank you. Please be seated. Close back.
All right, so jurors, I waited until the last witness left the stand and until you all had your morning break to give you one other instruction. And this one, all the instructions are important, but this one's important, so I want you to focus on it.
Now, you heard from the last witness, and you may hear from other witnesses who described what Ms. McCabe called harassment and public demonstration. I believe she referred to a rolling rally. I permitted that testimony for a very limited purpose. That testimony was not offered, nor may you consider it as evidence that Ms. Reed has bad character or propensity to commit crime. In fact, there's no evidence before you that the defendant is responsible for that conduct that was described by Ms. McCabe. The evidence is relevant only insofar as it goes to the witnesses or to explain the witness's state of mind. So Ms. McCabe's state of mind. And that is to the extent it explains Ms. McCabe's conduct or statements or actions at any particular time. And ultimately, the testimony may be used by you only as it goes to the witness's credibility. Okay? Thank you very much. So, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Ms. Kerry Roberts to the stand.
I knew it.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now in hand should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may take the stand.
I should have pinned the recess. That was my fault.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Kerry Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton, Mass?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My husband, my 2 children.
Perfect.
And your 2 children, how old are they? And boys, girls?
My son is 12, my daughter's 14.
That's perfect. Thank you, Ms. Kevin.
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm an executive assistant.
We're going to have a mouth breather.
17 years.
And your husband, Kurt, does he work as well?
Yes.
What does he do for work?
He's a heavy equipment operator.
And how long has he been doing that?
Maybe 20 plus years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of the 29th. Do you recall those dates? Yes. And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Say it again.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday.
So the 28th.
Friday the 28th.
Into a
Saturday the 29th.
Now, on the evening of the 28th, do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was bowling with my daughter and her friends and one of the mothers.
And do you recall where that was?
Westgate Lanes in Brockton.
And about what time was it that you got home from that?
Probably about 8:30ish because there was a storm coming, so we wanted to be home. I didn't want to be out late.
And when you got home, you and your daughter, is that correct?
Say that one more time.
You and your daughter came home around 8:30 or so?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else from your house, was home when you got home?
I think my husband was home. He was going out. I think I passed him and he was heading out to meet his friends. My son was not home.
And who were the friends that he was going out to meet?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
So, Ms. Roberts, I'd like to start with just Mr. Camerano. How do you know him?
He's been childhood friends with my husband.
And do you know where your husband was going to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
McCarthy's. It's a bar in Canton.
Sort of in the center of town, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how do you know?
I've known him since high school.
And where did you go to high school?
Braintree High School.
And how is it that you came to know Mr. O'Keefe? How would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to John O'Keefe, through growing up and going to Braintree High, were you familiar with any other members of the O'Keefe family?
Yes, Kristen, his sister, was a senior when I was a freshman. John was a year older than me, and Paul was 2 years younger than me. So at some point, I was in school with all of them.
And after high school, at some point, did you come to know any of the members of the O'Keefe family while you were living in Canton?
Yes, my son and John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together. So I went to go pick up my son at one point, and Kristen was there, and we kind of figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into. And then Kristen got sick.
And during that time, sort of when you first reconnected with Kristen, about how old was your son and her son?
My son was 18 months. Patrick he's almost a year older.
And your son and Patrick Furbush, did they end up going to the same school in Canton?
Yes, they went to home daycare. They went to preschool, pre-K. And by the time they got to elementary school, they got separated because they were troublemakers.
But did they go to the same school
Yes.
all throughout?
Yes.
And what, if any, other activities did your son do along with Kristen's son, Patrick?
Well, Patrick wanted to try hockey. So they did hockey together, and then he didn't like that. And they played baseball together since they were T-ball, like 4 or 5.
Now, you mentioned that Kristen O'Keefe or Kristen Furbush at that point, at some point after you met her, she got sick. Is that right?
Correct.
Eventually, she passed away. Is that right?
Correct.
After she passed away, her husband also passed away.
Correct.
And at some point after that, what, if any, role did John O'Keefe have with reference to?
Well, when Kristen passed away, I was in touch with John, just seeing if they needed help with the kids, getting them to and from wherever, because I was down the street. Kristen passed away, and then he said, I might move in. Steve's got to figure out finances, but I might move into your neighborhood. I said, oh, okay. And then when Steve died, John did move in, and he took over raising the kids.
And fair to say that you were, with reference to your son being friends with his nephew Patrick, you would see him fairly often, and by him I mean John O'Keefe.
Oh yes, daily. Mm-hmm.
And what, if any, at some point did John and his niece and nephew move from down the street from your house?
Yes, they moved across town. So I live on the Milton side. He moved over sort of near the Stoughton side.
About how far a drive is that sort of from your house to where you moved to? It was on Meadows Lawn, correct?
Yes, and it depends because Canton's terrible for traffic. Maybe 7 minutes, maybe 8, depending. And if it's in the evening, it's longer.
And after Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and his nephew moved sort of across town, where did his nephew Patrick, where did he go to school at?
He remained at the same school that he was at with my son. So on Wednesdays, when John couldn't grab him in time because he'd be working in the city, Patrick would come home with me.
You were familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for a living?
He was a Boston police officer, but at the time he was working in an office registering sex offenders.
And so you would help out as far as picking up his son. What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
Say that one more time.
What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his schedule with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
I didn't take care of Kaylee as much. That was sort of, there was other women, Jen McCabe, one of them, she sort of really took hold of caring for Kaylee because her daughter was friends with Kaylee, and I sort of got Patrick. So
Yes, Lily, you have to keep your voice up. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
And if you could keep your voice up too, okay?
My apologies. And then through the years that you knew Mr. O'Keefe when he lived in Canton and your time being friends with him, what, if any, conversations would you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to any sort of relationships or dating or anything like that?
Well, he dated a lot of people. So it depends.
Your conversations with what, if any, sort of role would you have, or what if any, knowledge that you have in reference to the people that you date?
my husband, whenever he would go on a date with somebody, he would have my husband come meet them, sort of say like, what do you think? And he had a couple of girlfriends that were very nice.
Now, at some point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Kerry?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came to know that person?
John called me and said, Karen and I are going to stop by because we had people over. And I said, who is Karen? Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random, I had never heard of her. And he said, you know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating. I said, nope, but okay. And then they came over that night.
And do you recall when about that was?
I think it was sometime in July.
In July of what year?
What are we, 2020?
Sometime shortly after sort of the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship, if any, with Karen?
She was like another person that took care of the kids. She took care of Kaylee and Patrick a lot, so I would coordinate with her if Ryan and Patrick were going to go to the golfing range or if Ryan was going to go with them to the Red Sox game, that kind of thing. We weren't do lunch or hang out like girlfriends.
A nanny with benefits?
Were there any occasions where you had sort of socialization or go out as couples?
No, babe, it's an all dayer.
No, they came over our house one time, and then we'd do baseball tournaments down the Cape, and we'd all get together. But the four of us never went out.
And just for clarity purposes, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yep.
Identify her as to where she's seated or an article of clothing.
Say that again?
Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She is seated at that front table, and she has a black and white suit jacket.
Go ahead and just ask the record reflect identification by the witness.
Yes.
Now, coming back to that evening of the 28th, your husband went out to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. Sullivan, correct?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that your husband Kurt arrived home that night?
Maybe around 10:30.
And after he arrived home, what, if anything, specifically do you recall the two of you doing or anything before going off to bed?
I remember sitting on the couch, and the front door is right there, and it was open, and it started to snow. It had just started to come down probably about midnight, but it was coming down fast. So you knew it was little snowflakes usually mean a big snowstorm. And I said, well, it's starting. So we went to bed because we knew we weren't going out anywhere.
And as far as turning your attention to the next morning, at some point you awoke. Do you recall what it was that awoke you that morning on the 29th?
Karen called me at 5 o'clock in the morning.
And is that sort of a normal occurrence as far as Ms. Reed calling you and specifically calling you that early?
No.
And when you went to answer the phone, at some point, did you look at sort of like the screen to your phone?
I don't know. I just answered it.
This in a different way. As far as at some point, did you realize or did you know whether or not that call that at some point you answered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the call that you answered, do you know whether or not that was the first call Ms. Reed had placed you that morning or no?
It was the second call, only from looking at my phone after, because I said, oh, shoot, she called me. She just called and I didn't. She called twice.
And the phone call that you answered, about what time was that?
5 on the dot.
And if you know from looking at your phone, the phone call that you didn't wake up or didn't answer, do you know how long before that phone call was?
I think it was a minute or two before.
So 5 o'clock on the dot, you get a phone call, you answer it, and it's Ms. Reed, is that right?
Correct.
And that phone number, you had her sort of programmed into your phone as a contact, is that correct?
Yes.
And on prior occasions, had you called that number or gotten a call from that number on prior occasions?
Yes.
And when you got that call or made that call, who was the other person on the end that you were speaking?
Say that again?
Maybe a pretty simple question as far as it goes, but just with reference to any prior phone calls that you either got or received with that number that you programmed in as Karen Reed. When you spoke to someone by calling or receiving a call from that contact, who was on the other end of the call?
Karen Reed.
Okay. So you answered the phone sometime right around 5 a.m. and you described to the jury sort of what the content of that conversation was.
I answered the phone and she said, John's dead. Kerry, Kerry, Kerry. And then she hung up.
And as far as her end of the conversation, did you say anything or get a chance to say anything before she hung up?
No.
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she saying those words?
Very loud. She woke my husband, who was sleeping.
By the time that the phone rings and you pick it up, your husband's sleeping, correct?
Yes,
And then afterwards, he's awake.
correct.
Now, what happened then?
Then I got out of bed and Kurt said, what was that? I said, I don't know. I don't know. Something's happening. And I think I started getting dressed at that point because I don't know if I started getting dressed at that point or after she called back again. I tried to call her, I think a couple times back to be like, what is going on? Finally, she called me back again and she said, I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night and he would never leave Kaylee alone. I think something happened.
And do you recall earlier in the day of the 28th having any communication with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I did with John. He texted me.
Do you recall generally what that was about?
My son got into a scuffle with some boy at school, and Patrick wasn't in school at the time. I think he went to a doctor's appointment, but Patrick got wind of it. So John was calling to see if my son was okay.
Now, turning back to, again, that morning on the 29th, you called Ms. Reed a couple times. She didn't answer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, she called you back?
Correct.
And about how long was it after that initial phone call that you had where she hung up? How much time it elapsed between that call and the next one?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
And so when she calls back, she makes those statements to you that you just testified about. And upon her making those statements, what, if anything, was your response?
I said, then she said she checked Kaylee's phone to see if John had called. And I said, okay, where are you now? And she said, I'm driving. Can I come to your house? Will you drive my car? I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything. And I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee if she's there by herself. I'll go look for him or something of that nature. Because I said, you're going to get a DUI. If you were drinking all night last night and you don't remember anything, you shouldn't be driving.
All right, so next question, please.
When you were talking to her on the phone, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how she was speaking or
She was very frantic and her voice was elevated. She was very frantic.
and the loudness that you were describing during the course of that first phone call, what, if any, observations did you make with respect to that in regard to the second?
Same. Throughout the rest of the day, it was the same.
So you indicate to her that she needs to go home, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did she say in response to that?
She said, I'm going to come to your house. Will you drive my car? And I said, okay.
And after that, what did you do from there?
I started getting dressed. I think that's when I was starting getting dressed. And my husband said, where are you going? I said, I don't know. Something happened. John didn't come home. Karen's worried. So I'm going to go help her. And he said, you're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. And I said, yes, I am. And I went downstairs. I started the car, cleared it off, and I sat there waiting, and she didn't come. So I called.
During the time that you're waiting in the car, do you know about how long period it was that you were waiting in the car?
I would say at least 10 minutes of sitting in the car.
And to that point, as far as when you went outside to the car, what, if anything, did you observe about the weather? And what, if anything, did you do with your car as you were turning it on?
I cleaned the car off. I turned the car on. I got in it. And I thought to myself, well, she thinks he might have got hit by a plow or something. I'll see if there's any accidents. So I called the Canton non-emergency line, and I said, have there been any plow accidents? My friend's boyfriend didn't come home. And they said no, there were no accidents. So then I called Good Samaritan Hospital in Milton to see if anybody had been brought in a car accident. They said no. And then finally Karen called back.
Before we get to that, just in reference to, at any point in time, did you call Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And when you called Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to speak to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
And you know how many times you called Mr. O'Keefe?
My husband called him, and I think I called him.
And when was that in relation to you going up to your car and clearing it out?
That was when I was in the house. Karen actually said, can you try and call him?
And you did, and you didn't get an answer.
Correct.
And do you know whether or not your husband got an answer?
He did not.
So you go out to the car, you're waiting, and you make the phone call initially to Canton Police. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who you spoke to at Canton Police?
I believe it was Officer Good.
Is that someone that you knew in any way prior to this date of January 29th?
We have mutual friends, but no, I'd never met him.
Now, you call the hospitals, and then at some point after you finish speaking to the hospitals, the defendant then calls you back, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you describe to the jury sort of what was the content of that conversation that third time?
She said, I said, where are you? I'm in the car. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen who? She said, Jen McCabe. She's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, stay there. I'll come to there. We'll follow and we'll drop your car off. We'll just take my car and go look for him. And I drove to Jen's, and I pulled in the driveway behind them. I was still on speakerphone. Jen is driving. Karen's in the passenger seat, and we drove. I said, do you remember, did you look through the house? Could he be passed out somewhere in the house? She said, I don't know. I didn't look. So I said, let's do that. Let's get in the cars. We're not taking 2 cars. It's a blizzard. We're going to go back to Meadows, and we're going to go look in the house first. He could be passed out behind the couch or on the floor, or who knows. So we went to the house.
And I'm sorry, before you get into that, just as far as directionality and where you're going at this initial stage, you are sort of directing what's going to happen and where you're going to go, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that the defendant said she was at Jen's house. You asked Jen who, and she said Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection. I'll allow it.
With regards to Ms. McCabe, did you know her, or how did you know her prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once when John took her and I to Reebok because he's got a 50% discount. So we would go periodically and get the kids' shoes. So John, and myself went to Reebok, got shoes, and then we went to the hillside for lunch. That was it. I wasn't friends with her.
Is that someone that you had programmed in your phone as a contact? Did you have her information prior to January 29th?
No.
And when you went to Ms. McCabe's house that morning, how was it that you knew where Ms. McCabe's house was at that point?
I've picked up Kaylee there a time or two for John and brought her home if I was heading that way, because Jen's house is on the way to John's.
And so you go to Ms. McCabe's house, and can you describe for the jury sort of what you observe or what you see when you're first coming up to Ms. McCabe?
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth so I can hear them. And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about my taillight? And I looked, and there was a piece missing, but it was caked on with snow. You could tell there was a little black hole, but there was snow like caked on it, and it was a blizzard at this point.
Now, just as far as over the course of this early morning when you're making that drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
So during that time, can you describe sort of what the lighting conditions were, what the roadway conditions were, what you observed as you were driving over there?
It was not light out yet, and it was really bad driving.
And bad driving in reference to snow, is that correct?
Yes.
So you get to Ms. McCabe's house, and during the drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, you're speaking to both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Reed.
Yes.
And with reference, I think you've said a couple times as far as a Bluetooth. So as far as what you're hearing on the other side of the conversation, is it just one person, or are you able to hear sort of everything that's going on in the car?
I could hear everything. It was like a regular phone call in the car.
From where you were, your impression was it was hooked up to the speaker of the car.
Correct.
And when you get to Ms. McCabe's house, or what you were just testifying about as far as the taillight, when is it that you're making those observations?
In Jen's driveway.
And so about how far away from the defendant's car are you the first time that you see or your attention is drawn to this taillight?
I was parked right behind them in the driveway.
And can you describe which part of the vehicle you were looking at as far as which taillight that you're observing this damage?
The right passenger.
And so from there, as far as Ms. McCabe's driveway, you make these observations. Where is it that you go from there?
Say it again.
So after you're making those observations and you're overhearing that conversation, or you're having that conversation over the Bluetooth, where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car, and I followed behind in my car.
Hearing that conversation, or you're having that conversation over the Bluetooth, where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car, and I followed behind in my car.
And
Her testimony is a whole lot better.
Where did you go? Where did you park? Like,
A whole lot
I
more
pulled in,
believable.
I think I pulled in right behind. She pulled her car sort of in front of the garage bays, and I pulled in the driveway behind her.
and when you say she, do you know who
That was
driving?
cheese and
Jen McCabe,
prosciutto.
sorry.
Driving and Miss Reed's in the front passenger seat,
Correct.
and you're driving your car behind.
Correct.
But what kind of car did you have?
A Ford Explorer,
Do you recall what color it was?
dark gray.
And as far as Miss Reed, do you recall what kind of vehicle she had at that point?
A Lexus SUV,
Do you recall what color that was?
black.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what kind of vehicle John O'Keefe had?
He has a Traverse.
And do you recall what color that was?
It's like a beige green.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Oh, number 2. That's an early exhibit.
Ms. Roberts, directing your attention to the screen over here, do you recognize what is up on the screen?
That's John's house.
And does that seem like a fair and accurate portrayal of what John's house looked like at around the time of January 29th when you went over that morning?
Much snowier, but yes.
Let's see if they pull video.
I said it was much more snow, but yes.
Now, not visible in this particular photograph, or the driveway that you're talking about, facing Mr. O'Keefe's house at Meadows Ave, as we are in this picture, whereabouts would the driveway be? To the left or the right or something?
To the right.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit 91.
Okay.
Oh. I meant to do that. My bad.
Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
That is John's car.
And what is it that's behind John's car?
Behind a basketball hoop?
No, I'm sorry. That's correct. Not the rear of the vehicle, but sort of in the photograph behind on the other side of the passenger side of the vehicle.
Oh, the garage doors?
And there are 2 garage doors, one on the left, on the right. Is that correct? You're familiar with this house? We've been over it a number of times when Mr. O'Keefe lived there.
Correct.
And as far as what, if anything, were you familiar with as far as Mr. O'Keefe having regarding sort of security around his house?
Security, he has a Ring camera that was in the driveway and a Ring camera that was at the side door.
And with regard to the garage itself, as far as you've been in there as well?
Yes.
And so what is behind the left door of the garage?
His big old blue convertible.
And on the right side of the garage, what, if anything, is in behind?
Nothing. He's got all organized stuff and kids sporting. I don't know if he parked in there or not.
Now, as far as how Mr. O'Keefe kept his garage, kept his home, was there a particular way in which he kept it when he lived there? You know.
Neat freak.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He was a neat freak.
Okay.
Obsessive compulsive disorder.
To this garage, what if any access would you then have to inside the home?
There's a set of stairs and it brings you right into like the mudroom, which leads into the kitchen.
Now, when you would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house on this occasion or any other occasion, what any rules or preferences would Mr. O'Keefe have with regard to footwear?
You did not wear footwear in the house. You took your shoes off.
And is that something that applied to people who live there as well as people who are visiting?
Yes.
And how would you describe as that relatively strict rule?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish a portion of Exhibit 6, ring video.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have from the driveway, video number 154. I'm gonna ask you this, pause after this. So, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, that's Karen's car and my car, and John's is in the background.
Now, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. It's not. Oh, thank you very much. So pressing on that button and pointing sort of at the screen, if I could ask you just direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, where you see your vehicle, and where you see Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle with it all.
That is John's car. That is Karen's car. That is my car.
Is this a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of where the cars were and what things looked like when you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, coming from Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Which one of these I put in?
Now, with reference to any individuals that you observe in this video, again, using the laser pointer, you could draw the jury's attention to who you observe and where they are.
You want it?
That is Jen McCabe, and that is Karen Reed, and that's me.
Are you live?
And at some point, you enter in through the garage.
Are you live anymore?
Correct.
I am, but you can't see me.
Oh, okay.
Came back that morning. What, if anything, did you notice about the garage?
I'll be right
The
back,
right
y'all.
garage door wouldn't close.
So it was open when you arrived?
I don't recall if it was open when we arrived, but when we were leaving, it wouldn't close.
And do you recall, do you have any idea of sort of how that mechanically worked, like how you would open, how you would close the garage door?
Yeah, there's a code on the side.
And at any point in time, whenever you noticed that the garage door was open, were you or any of the people that you were with able to close that door?
No.
And so is that the door that you entered into in order to get into the garage, to get into the mud, and take off your shoes and whatnot?
Correct.
And when you came into the house that morning and you went into the mud, what, if anything, did you do with your shoes, and what, if anything, did you observe Ms. McCabe and the defendant do with their shoes?
Jen and I both had taken our shoes off in the sort of steps in the garage before we entered into the mudroom. We took our shoes off, and Karen just walked in.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the video. Now, Ms. Roberts, with reference to the Ring video security system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his home, if you know who had access to that?
I do not.
You obviously, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had access to that?
He did, yes.
Okay, do you know how or what device he used in order to access it?
I only know he had it on his phone
How do you know he had it on his phone?
because he would check it all the time to see if the kids were home or dropped off or,
That's something he did in your presence?
yes.
Now, with regard to, at some point when you get to the home, beyond the sort of initial observations you made in Ms. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway. She said, my taillight, look at my taillight. And I looked at it and I said, you told me you don't remember anything from last night. She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him.
And so as far as your recollection is concerned, that sort of interaction that you had or looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was when, well, it obviously wasn't when we got there. It was what must have been when we were leaving to go out to look for him.
When you what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back out and look for him. But now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
Okay.
And who was present for that?
Who was present?
Yes.
Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
And as far as where Ms. McCabe parked that vehicle, at any point in time that you were at the house, did that vehicle move at all? And by that vehicle, I mean Ms. Reed's vehicle.
I don't think so.
So where it's parked in that video is essentially where it stayed as far as you know.
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it, there was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out and I thought someone's going to catch their sleeve on that or something.
And
I'm still here. I'm just trying to help my daughter.
now from there, when you arrive at the house, you go into the house, you take off your shoes. What happened?
I started looking, Jen started looking, Karen, her and Jen went upstairs. I started looking downstairs. I started looking on the other side of the couches to see if maybe he passed out somewhere. And then I went upstairs and Karen was standing in John's room. The bed was made. She was just standing there. Jen had gone in to talk to Kaylee. And then I said, all right, let's go.
Now,
He's not in the house. He's not in the house.
As far as your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, him not coming home when any of the children were home, was that something that was normal?
Him not coming home if the children were home?
Correct.
Yeah, he would not do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was at that time?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning, or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house? You know?
Karen said, I said, where's Patrick? She said he's at his friend's.
So you were in the downstairs area of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And looking through the rooms, you didn't find Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
No,
Now, at any point in time, did you go upstairs?
I did.
And when you went upstairs, where in the upstairs did you go?
At the top of the stairs is John's bedroom. So I looked in there. I looked in the bathroom. I looked in the closet. I looked in Patrick's room. I looked in the other two bedrooms and Kaylee was in her room. So Jen was in there, but I was looking through the house.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's bedroom, when you looked in there, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the bed?
The bed was made.
You mentioned you looked in a variety of different rooms on the second floor. you said sort of 2 other rooms. What, if anything, were those other rooms used for, if you know?
I think one of them was a computer room. It was the room that faced the front of the house, and the back room had a bed in it that Mrs. O'Keefe would stay in when she would stay over.
And again, just to be clear, when you say Mrs. O'Keefe, you mean John's mother?
John's mother, sorry.
And as far as the computer room, who, if anyone, had access to that, if you know?
Had access to the computer room.
Yes. What was it used for?
Oh, there was a desk with a computer or laptop.
Did you know whose laptop that was, whether it was John's, whether it was the defendant's, whether it was the kids?
I don't know if it was the defendants at the time, but John's laptop used to be in that room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, would ask if I could publish just a couple more photos on the screen for Ms. Roberts.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could start with Exhibit 92. Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
That's Karen Reed's Lexus.
And specifically, if you could, using the laser pointer in front of you, direct the jury's attention to where you observed damage that way.
That's where the metal piece I was describing was.
As far as what's depicted in this photograph up on the screen, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway and Mr. McCabe's driveway when you saw it that morning?
Well, caked in snow, but yes.
Well, absent the snow, yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit, number 93. Again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Essentially a closer up image of the same area, correct?
Yes.
And what's depicted in this closer up image, is that also consistent with what you observed in Mr. McCabe's driveway and Mr. O'Keefe's driveway that morning?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask again if I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 30 seconds.
Y'all, what I said was, someone backing up at 24 miles an hour and hitting somebody, the damage would not, I don't know. I've not seen damage like that. I don't know. I've talked to a crime scene investigator and showed them images, and they said, yeah, no. Sorry about that earlier, guys. I had to help my daughter with something.
Ms. Roberts, direct your attention up to the screen. Do you recognize what's on the pause portion of the screen from this video?
That's John's house.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press that again. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause. And again, Ms. Roberts, direct your attention up to the screen. Do you recognize what's sort of in front of the camera in this particular portion of the video?
That's Karen's car and John's car.
And where you observe Karen's car and John's car, again, if you could just, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention where you observe each of those in this still frame here.
That's Karen's car. That's John's car.
And are those essentially the same positions that you were talking about that the jury saw earlier in the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Do you want this up on the screen or down?
Up for now.
Okay.
But just a moment. So Rob, I'm going to show you just 2 photographs. Ask you to just look at those and look up. Finish.
Okay.
And do you recognize those? Or do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Do I recognize what?
What's depicted in each of those photographs?
Karen's car.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay, is there any objection? No objection. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, while those are being marked, may we approach?
Hold on. Sidebar.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Sorry, y'all. I had to step away a minute. As some of y'all know, I'm going to pause this for a
Your
sec.
Honor,
Some of y'all know I had a spinal tap yesterday and I had a little issue, but I'm okay. All is good. But what did I miss? Okay, let's take a little pause, mods. What did I miss? Anything other than typical stuff we've already heard? Anything new? I'll restart.
O'Keefe, and what happens?
I mean, we've seen the video of the vehicles and all that before. Nothing new, right? Tail light, nothing new, right?
Look through the home. You don't
Let me
find
know.
Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at Jen's Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, do you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes,
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
yes.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you get it?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, at the time, did you know where that was or who her sister was or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And you know about how long a drive or how far a drive or what the route was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house?
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
And to be clear, Bolivar Street you're talking about, that's Bolivar?
Yes,
And so then Ms. McCabe is then giving you directions as you're driving, correct?
correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what, if anything, did you see as far as plows or how were the roads treated at that time? What if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house, how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when you get to the street, at some point you're directed by Ms. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come on to Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview.
Correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the sort of elevation of the roadway?
You go downhill.
Do you go down a hill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar with the area of Canton prior to this date if you've never been to Ms. McCabe's house?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
And you mentioned that your son played baseball, correct?
Yes, and
Ball field.
my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to just publish a brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Gentlemen, what I'm going to ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sorry, if you could play it from there. I could ask him to stop right there. Ms. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's depicted in the this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal, consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around going from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
Yes.
And the turn that this vehicle is taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, you recognize what street that vehicle is turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, Ms. Roberts, as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on. And I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the two seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat, and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
And as far as her screaming, do you recall anything specifically that she was screaming, or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom. And she said, Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe. I don't know. Some conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
And do you recall where you were in your travels when that topic of conversation came up?
No, I don't recall.
Now, in reference to following that, what, if anything, did you say in regards to any other sort of women?
Any other what?
Following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated a dance instructor. And then Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been? No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane. And I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
And just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his niece, Kaylee?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor, had dated at some point in the past, correct?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So almost 10 years before this date that you're driving away. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe Ms. McCabe doing? And then what, if anything, do you observe the defendant?
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides. And I think Jen was looking on both sides. And Karen she would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, what happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
And how was she kicking the door?
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Oh, pretty hard. I mean, she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
And so as the time you're driving down the road, have you seen anything, as you're driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road, have you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No.
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Ms. McCabe is that?
The driver's side.
So she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle on the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
And at that point in time, even when she runs over, could you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that you realized? When in this sort of sequence were you able to realize that?
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, "Oh my God." And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
So it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just plan on that for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds. What's depicted in the screen in front of this camera angle? Do you recognize?
And say, come here.
That's my car.
Okay.
Is that essentially where you parked your car when Miss Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over?
Yes.
So just press play for a moment. Now, from this
So there they are there. You can see the face, the hair. His body's right there.
With the pointer.
There's her face, or the hood with the fur. Here's the body right here.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, again, just play for about 6.5.
She is the only one that has showed genuine emotion. Genuine emotion. I believe her more than anybody to this point. Not to say that she's not going to be dishonest or a little manipulating of testimony, but I, to this point, believe her. That is true trauma, and I get it. Who is that big person that walked up there? Oh, you didn't see that. My bad. I forgot. I have my screen up. Let me back that up a little. Oh. Let's back that up a little because I want to take me off. Sorry. Click the wrong one. Now play. Oh. All right, now watch. Who is this big person here? That's not the cop, is it? There's the police officer. Who is that big person? EMT is not here yet. Why aren't they consoling her? I understand she's running everywhere, but you can grab her and
That is
console her.
Jen McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
At this point, she needs to be controlled because she's running in and out of the scene. And that's not, and do you want to, oh, wait, y'all. What do we see here? Those tire tracks from when the other vehicles pulled up and picked up people and left.
Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some point, the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall why that was?
because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
And is that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you?
Did they collect those as evidence as well? Those should have been collected as evidence because there would be blood and everything else on them. That's evidence. Where is it?
Went to voicemail at that time?
Did I?
Yes.
I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McCabe make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail and she left her phone in your car?
Objection. Sustained.
Let me take you back, sort of when you're pulling. So as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe. What's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out,
No problem. And thanks for watching later. Love you.
When I
Blessings.
realized it was
Enjoy.
him or someone. I
Your
ran
mother.
over and I dug his head out of the snow.
And you recall, you recognized the person in the snow was Mr. O'Keefe.
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And you recall how his body was positioned as far as how was he on his stomach, on his back, on his side?
He was on his back.
And so you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
Off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine. The right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket that was under him, under his head.
So where is the blankets and evidence?
Say it again, I'm sorry?
The rest of his body, separate from his head area. What, if any, snow did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was completely covered.
And you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3. I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
He'd been there a long time.
With reference to Mr. O'Keefe, and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr.
Well, Karen was laying on top of him, and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR on his chest compressions. And then Karen was giving him mouth to mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had any training in prior to this?
Yes.
And can you tell me a little bit about that?
Finally!
What, if any, training did you have as far as CPR was concerned?
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
And you direct Ms. McCabe to call 911?
Yes.
And what was the defendant doing at that?
She was doing mouth to mouth, and she was frantic again, running around. And
As she was running around, what, if anything else, was she doing or saying while she was running around?
Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant, and there was some weird, like, electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
She could be.
Any sort of like overhead lights or anything like that?
She could be she's an executive assistant, but a lot of companies do require certain level, or if not all of their employees, to have CPR training. Or sometimes they offer benefits that say, hey, we'll pay for it if you go get it. I've been in companies where if you worked in corporate in any fashion or form or management, you had to have the CPR training as a part of protocol. I don't know, but that's not unusual at all.
I don't recall.
I used to be with the Red Cross for 15 years, and we used to give those classes to a lot of corporate business office people.
And Ms. Reed is doing mouth to mouth and then running around. Is the mouth to mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent, or is it intermittent between? When is the running around in relation to the mouth to mouth?
I don't remember which was first. Or I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
30 chest compressions to one breath.
Chest compressions at some point to first responders start to arrive.
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrive?
I don't know. Wasn't long. Maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house, or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No.
I want to know who that guy was in that jacket. He was not official.
Do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first, or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here.
She's focused on the chest compressions. Okay. This answers my question. Okay, this answers my questions. Chest compressions are more important at that point. 30 presses to one mouth breath. However, she stayed on the body doing chest compressions. That was very important. However, the police officer should have gone over there to assist. Karen was not in any frame of mind to do anything. However, she did help. And so that makes me feel better. This is the first we're hearing of this.
And at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
And so after that, where did you go?
After that, where did I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
And as paramedics are working on John, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And
I
so
still believe the
where was
officer should have helped.
doing, and where was Ms. McCabe, and where was the defendant at that?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car and Miss Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is.
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
Closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview Road?
I don't know because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like you couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Now,
Good point.
describe the defendant sort of running around.
Hints digging out the berm.
What, if anything, was she saying?
Herb.
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology or the way she put that, was that consistent throughout? Is that how she stated it?
Yes.
And again, in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time?
Yes.
Now, at some point,
That's reasonable.
Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you?
I'm trying to move those lower.
His phone was under him and it was grass.
Now, as far as the grass that you observed, how was that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
So everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And his phone was where in relation to his body? As far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been opened?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where like his, whatever the right side of his back.
And what I'm asking is basically sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards his lower back, if you.
In the middle.
And when you saw
That's strange.
on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
Do you recall who that first responder was?
No.
Do you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic?
No.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located when you found him to the ambulance, what happens then? What goes on from that?
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Ms. McCabe in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point, she had blood on her hands and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state of shock, maybe.
And what, if anything, did either you or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
And
In shock, I can see that. I've heard some weird things in shock.
Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to sort of step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance drove away?
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Miss Reed go? Where did Miss?
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door to her sister's house, and I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I had called Mrs. O'Keefe. I had called John's mother. I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go, John's brother, to the hospital.
He was.
So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand. But next question.
You call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Miss McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Do you know why?
To wake her sister, I think.
And after those conversations, so you grab the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no. And Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right. So why don't we end this now for lunch? Okay. All right, jurors will take the luncheon. As well as the jurors will hold if you can just.
Yep.
Good to be closed and leave your books on your chairs. All rise, jury out.
So far, I'm really believing in this testimony. So far, this is good. If it was done at 6 something in the morning, she may or may not have heard it. I don't know yet. She may not have been there. Well, it's kind of hard because they were in Kerry's vehicle. So Kerry had to take Karen Reed and Jennifer back. How did they get back? I mean, she went to go pick up the parents. Yeah, we got to figure all this out. So are we on lunch break? I would assume we're on lunch break. Yeah, we're on lunch break. Okay. I apologize for kind of shifting in and out a little bit earlier. I had to help my daughter. You know how that kind of stuff is, and it's okay. We have that's not what I want. This is a kind of a relaxed thing. I'm not too worried about it. I don't think I really missed anything. As far as I know. So, what are y'all's thoughts? What's the opinions? No. Jen and Karen. Remember, Karen went to Jennifer's house. So, Jen and Karen leave Jennifer's house. They go back to John O'Keefe's house. And Kerry met them at John O'Keefe's house. They left all the vehicles there except for Kerry's, and they got into Kerry's vehicle, all three of them. You have Kerry driving, Jennifer in the front, and Karen Reed kind of in the middle back seat. I would assume leaning in and looking and going hysterical. The comment that was made about how she could have, from Jennifer, how she could have leaned in and how could she have seen the body without anybody else seeing it and that kind of thing. When you are frantically looking for something, sometimes you see it before anybody else does. And that does not bother me in the least at this point. Oh, my neck just popped, y'all. That felt so good. So one of the things that I gotta find better music, y'all. Yeah. Who'd have thunk I'd get good at this? Who'd have thunk I'd get all this? I just want to give a shout out to the Hill Country Hitchman Homestead. Hitchman Homestead. They are Todd and Janelle Hitchman. They brew their own coffee. And I have just gotten a sample. And y'all, this coffee is so different. This is fresh ground, fresh coffee. It's not the stuff that sits in the shelf forever. I don't believe that period thing either. So, but this is smooth. I really like this. When I compare it to my Hill Country pecan, the Texas pecan, I taste the chemical on my back of my tongue. There's a chemical taste. But when I taste this, smooth flavor. I have found a new favorite coffee. But I'm going to give you shout out. If you're in the Hill Country, y'all need to, I will post a link for them later. But y'all, this is freaking awesome coffee. Oh my gosh, it's so smooth. I got 2 different flavors in my mouth. I don't know if she is a talker. She can be very good at following instructions and be very good at just kind of just answering the questions, doing what she's supposed to do. I totally get it. Now, we are going to be on a long break. We will be back. There's an hour break. So what I'd like to do is I've been snacking a little on cottage cheese and prosciutto and cheese, but I need to go get meal in me because I need to take something for my back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this up. I will be back in a little bit. Everybody take a little quick break, stretch, move around, get some circulation, and then we'll come back in a little bit, okay? Let me get rid of banners. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Hey guys, I'm back. Today has been a very, very interesting day. Why is my mouse doing that? That's weird. Today has been a very, very interesting day. Of course, we knew it was going to be. I think we may have a problem staying awake through the rest of the trial today because this morning was very dynamic, y'all. Very dramatic morning. Very interesting morning. I really cannot wait. I know that Recovery Addict is now watching day 14. So that's good. Um, so wanted to talk a little bit about the witnesses, their emotions, how they're reacting, how they're responding. I kind of pulled up. I pulled up. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to talk to Recovery Addict about today. Can't wait. We need to do that. A lot of people are talking about the menstrual thing with Karen Reed. You know what? People are saying she's hysterical and out of control. But if you've never been on a scene where someone you love, no matter who it is, obviously is battered and beaten, has been in the cold long enough to 3 to 4 inches covering the body or parts of the body, and you know he's cold, you fear he's dead, pulling up his shirt and laying on him, trying to get warmth on him is not, to me, an unusual thing. That would be the first thing I'd want to do is getting warm. And if you don't have any other way, then use your own body heat. That's not unusual. I don't feel so much right now that Kerry Roberts is digging at Karen Reed. I think she is stating what she saw and felt at the time. Like, for example, she made a little comment, and then I don't remember if I wrote it down, but when Karen Reed, what's that? Oh, about her being hysterical, but then when she realized what was going on, she was like, "Oh crap." We cannot judge anybody for how they react to that kind of situation. If they didn't kill them. I do believe Jennifer was digging at both Karen and Kerry. I think that in Jennifer's mind, Karen Reed killed him. And I think Jennifer is a controlling person to a point. No offense, teachers, don't take offense, but teachers, you do have a controlling spirit. And not in a bad way. You just know that you control your classroom. You have to maintain that control. And that's what you're used to. So far, I would be giving her testimony some weight. The only thing that I'm concerned about is, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Once again, I think Karen Reed is beyond distraught at this point. Yeah, you are. When I lost my husband even to prison, it was like a death. And it was an instantaneous thing, and all of a sudden he's gone, and it was like a death. No, I can't say I know what it's like to lose a husband to death, but it was very darn close. The issue I have is I'd rather see somebody overly responsive like Karen Reed was than way under responsive like Jen was. I think Jennifer McCabe I understand that some people like myself, when I'm in a situation, I can handle any situation. I've done it a lot as a first responder, and I'm not throwing that at people, but I'm the type of person who can say, we need to do this, 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 let's get this, this is what, I can be very calm on the outside, appearing in the middle of a disaster situation, because that's the way I've been trained, but I tend to fall apart when I get home. My emotions kick in when I get home. So the thing is that I really struggle to judge people on how they react, even those like Jennifer, but I'm sorry for the yawn. Jennifer and Kerry Roberts. I think Kerry Roberts made more attempt to do something than why does this chair? No, it is. I think Kerry Roberts made more attempt to assist by doing the chest compressions and be involved until EMS got there. But Jen, she did call 911. But her behaviors are a little more suspicious to me, and that's just to me. I think her testimony may have had some truth in it. However, I think that truth is lost in the shenanigans and the temper and the bullshit that we were dealing with her. I think the hostility that she showed on cross undermined everything that she thought she was doing, because let me tell you, it did not help her at all. Oh, that's my hat. I couldn't keep, there's a feather in my hat. I kept going, what is going on? I thought it was my hair. I believe firmly that they have been harassed, but I think that if she's had harassment of any kind and she has reacted in the way she did in court, it only perpetuated the harassment. I got a lot of harassment when I lost my husband to prison. And I have to tell you that I didn't handle it well. I was pretty distraught myself over losing my husband and everything I had and knew, and 2 young kids to take care of and all of that. So it was not easy. And I didn't handle it well. Usually people who have been through a lot in their lives, they tend to go into survival mode when traumatic things happens. Very much so. Very much so. But I don't believe anything to do with with Jen was survival mode at all. And I think that as a mom, we want to protect our children. And I don't think it's right at any time for media or people or anyone to bully, harass people involved in things like this, because most 99.9% of the people involved did not ask for themselves to be involved. If someone kills somebody and you just so happen to end up to be on the shite list of witnesses that you have no choice but to go, you don't deserve to be harassed for it. You didn't ask for it. You were thrown in this by somebody else's decision. But the interesting, what got me with part of her testimony was the fact that she's testifying like this, right? And the jury is right here. I mean, they are right on her. They could probably reach out and touch each other, okay? And no, I did not delete my text. No, I did not delete my phone calls. When she is wanting to make sure the jury gets a point and she checks them to see if they're looking at her, are they believing this? That is a telltale sign of guilt. Telltale sign of, are you believing this? Remember Amber Heard, how when she was testifying and it was facts, that it was things that she was being what she was saying, people were doubting and people were having a hard time believing some of her stuff. She makes sure and talk to the jury. Remember that constant talking to the jury. That to me is something that I haven't seen that much of that since the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. Either you're going to look at the jury or you're not. And in fact, when I had to testify, the times that I have, multiple times, something happened to me and it was multiple people. it was suggested that you don't look at the jury. Just look at the person interviewing you, answer their questions. Don't sit there and try to explain, deliberate. Don't try to give history or context, because the thing of a redirect is to clarify those. All right, love. The thing is to clarify those. Yes, no is what they're looking for. And if you're, if you're, say, Jen McCabe and the prosecutor's worth their salt, then they're going to get on and they're going to be able to sit there and say things such as, when you were asked about this, why did you answer that way? And give them an opportunity for explanation, like he did with the harassment. But for her to fight the defense on every single question, even things that would not harm her, to say yes or no. I would have liked to have, I wish they could get Matt McCabe up there again and talk to him about his knowledge about deleting text. But I don't believe she doesn't know how to delete text or delete a phone call. Everybody knows you just swipe it and put delete and it's done. So I don't know about y'all, but what are y'all's thoughts on, what are your thoughts on the 227 text, house dying cold? Forensic data like that doesn't lie. I'm perplexed as to why you think you can even try and skirt around that. How do you think you can try and skirt around that is beyond me. Beyond me. Oh, somebody change the subject. What are y'all's thoughts about the new portrait of the king? OMG, y'all. That is the most hideous portrait I have ever seen. Hideous. I'm going to look up some past questions and comments. Give me a minute. We're just kind of chilling right now, y'all. We need a little bit of a cleansing of the brain. No, I haven't. What? What is the imagery if you flip it upside down? Do I dare ask? I haven't looked at the portrait in the sense of that. Okay, send it to me in mod chat. Why did he use the color red? The artist behind the new portrait of King Charles III is sharing insight into some of his more controversial artistic choices, like using the color red. Purple is for royal. I mean, we all know that. Took him 3 years. Charles is wearing the uniform of the Welsh Guard, which was made in Regiment Colonials 1975, according to the palace. The vivid color of the glaze in the background echoes the uniform's bright red tunic, not only resonating with loyal heritage found in many historical portraits, but injecting dynamic contemporary jolt in the genre, uniformly powered hue, modern contrast to I'm sorry, this thing is hideous. Hideous. Okay, I'm gonna go to the chat and see what you did. Let's see what the chat shows. Really? Oh, but you have it's flipped upside down and then mirrored together. Yeah, no. It's just nasty. I think his mother would have had a conniption. That may have put her in the ground if she wasn't already. That is hideous. Who in their right mind would this is royalty. This is no. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay, I'm looking at some questions and let's see what we can come up with. Let's see. Some people are saying, I wonder if Karen ever drove to Fairview after the bar. My personal opinion is I don't think this was intentional. I want to hear from the expert to see if Karen did it because I have doubts, which is odd that the prosecution hasn't cleared that up yet. That is a very good comment, and let's talk about that. Most of the time, your courts and your trials, especially with the prosecution or, they will put all of the technical, all of your expert witnesses up front. They always put them up front. They want to build strength in their case up front. Yeah, I'm not a big world follower, but I thought it was very interesting. You always want to put your strongest up front, maybe scatter a couple of sort of strong people in between so the jury doesn't fall asleep, but you want to present the best part of your case as soon as possible because you want it in the jury's mind as they're moving for the trial. Right here, I feel the prosecution is defending the defense. They're defending the defense's theory, and I think that is a big mistake. I think that is a mistake that they're making that is going to cost them the trial. If even if Karen Reed is guilty, I don't think it's going to work. If Karen Reed truly left him at the waterfall, that would make more sense as to why they were covering it up. Um This is so true. I know, and I gotta make an apology to you guys. I really should. I have not handled I always want to handle this as much as I can as a juror, hence alternate juror, but this case is not a normal case, y'all. I just unfortunately could not do it on this case. I'm reading. What if Matt became to take him? Karen went to see him there. You know, is it possible that Karen was intruding with Higgins? I don't get that one. Ring camera footage. No ring camera footage anywhere around the house of Brian and Nicole Alberts. Not at their house, not at the house across the street or down one, which was I think he's the deputy chief of the police. You know, there's just a lot of the same stuff. The one thing that I want to get to is the medical examiner. I keep saying I want to get to the ME. I want to get to the ME because so much of this stuff is going to be really, I don't think these witnesses are going to win or lose this case unless there's hard proof evidence coming from some of them. I want the medical examiners. I want the ME. Looking at these notes that was given to me, y'all are awesome. Okay, the police say they found a broken cocktail glass and a piece of taillight on the scene. It took almost 3 weeks to find that. Hi, Sparkles! Oh my gosh, you've missed so much. Sparkles, if you haven't seen it, you have got to go watch the rest of Jennifer McCabe's. You thought she was spicy yesterday? Today took the cake. On January 31, the autopsy is complete on Keith. Prosecutor said the medical examiner ruled the cause of death blunt impact injury, blunt force trauma to the head, and hypothermia. They say the medical examiner did not find obvious signs of altercations from a fight. Yeah, struggle with that one like big time. Oh, good, you've been listening. What I want to know is when are we going to get to the professional witnesses? This is getting to be a little bit redundant. Oh, I'm glad. So, all right, Miss Sparkles, my blanket, I just keep wadding it up. Tell me what your humble opinion is so far. What are your thoughts and views on this case now that we have gotten through all the McCabes, all the Alberts? I think we've gotten through all the Alberts. We've gotten through pretty much everybody but Brian Higgins. I think we've gotten pretty much through everybody on this Churchwell chart, but Brian Higgins. I'm looking to see, y'all, I'm really bad with names, and the frustration I have is that y'all are so awesome, and I know you more for the names of you guys here on chat. I'm going through the emails. I need to find something. Oh, I'm having a hard time talking. I had a spinal tap yesterday. No fun. I think Karen Roberts is definitely right now on the truth bucket. However, that does not mean it cannot change. There's some things that she can be totally truthful about. And then other facts she can easily sit there and go, I don't want to really go there. I'm interested to see how she's going to handle how she is going to handle the cross-examination. I hope that they've prepped her well enough that she will not get hostile like Jennifer did. If she does, if she does. Wow, Ronnie, I'm seeing a lot of stuff from you. Thank you so much. I'm trying to go through a ton of emails. Ton of emails. Oh, trying to find it, y'all. Ronnie, you are a wealth of information. I really, really appreciate you. I can't believe I have over 400 emails in 2 days. This is a little bit much. This is when a dyslexic person goes, you are so awesome. How can we get on and connected with people like Runkle of the Baileys and all that kind of stuff? Right. I get it, Eddie. You just want the truth. You want the truth. We want the truth. But even if you are delivering the truth, if you are delivering the truth with hostility, okay, Ronnie, that's right. On the list of witnesses, it has an Ian name from Canada. I don't know why. I was wondering if it was the same. Ronnie has sent me all kind of cool stuff, y'all. I'm looking. But you got, oh, what's this? One of 39 pages? What in the world? Oh, you sent me this already, Ronnie. Yes, thank you. Yes, you're the okay. Ronnie, question. You have a name on the witness list for the prosecution. Did you mean to put Jennifer McCabe? You have Allison McCabe, Jeffy McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and you don't have Jennifer McCabe. So that's why I'm kind of curious. Ooh, y'all, girlfriend, I don't. Wow. Oh wow, we got to share this. Oh wow, you were so resourceful. I like you. All right, I'm going to do a presentation. I'm going to stop sharing that screen. I'm going to share another screen. I want you guys to see this. I appreciate you. Let's look at this. Can I make this bigger? Can I make it bigger on presentation mode? Oh shoot, I'm trying to make this bigger. Can I make this bigger? Let me see. No, I cannot. Dang nabbit. Can I download this? I wish I could make this bigger, but I can't. However, this incubus search is not the only material evidence that McCabe deleted from the phone. As explained in the Rule of 17 motion, Jennifer McCabe also deleted, or at least attempted to delete, this is in the purple, all her call recordings in the hours immediately preceding and immediately following John O'Keefe's death. See RA 3446 as forth in Defendant's Rule 17 motion and supporting affidavit of defense computer forensic expert Richard Green. The Celebrite extraction of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone revealed Alter allied the following. On January 28th of 22, the day before O'Keefe's death, there were no recoverable call log data from the main storage location of McCabe's cell phone. But a Knowledge C database, which records various user activity, established the existence of calls on that date. On January 29th of 22, between 5:33.47 a.m., 10:50.15 a.m., Celebrite recovered 18 deleted calls. 3 normal call activities were observed between January 29, 22 at 8:59:34 and February 22nd RA at 46:45 and 46. It may be, but evidence established that Jennifer McCabe took affirmative steps to delete all of her phone records in the hours immediately preceding the death and in, Richard Green affidavit. Who is Richard Green? Is that Turtle Boy? I don't think that's Turtle Boy's name, is it? Why can't I make this larger? I really want to make this larger. Oh, sorry. Control Z. That's not what I wanted to do. I want to be over here. Yeah, it won't let me make it larger. I'm sorry. The absence of recent historical call information has checked the user has taken affirmative steps to delete the call history. In my professional opinion, the confirmed deletion of recent historical calls information suggests that the user has engaged in efforts to tamper with, alter, or destroy and or hide information or evidence. Importantly, deleted information is not always recoverable. The call log artifacts were examined using Celebrite Physical Analyzer and are attached here to as USF04. Further analysis was performed with the Annexum Forensics, both of which suggested that there were significant deletions of calls data by the user of Jennifer McCabe's iPhone 11. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. Thank you for joining. I'm glancing back at the court. I have to get this big because it's small. Deleted entry, 5:33 a.m. In case I was able to further verify that there were additional deletions that were not recovered. Wow. Out of 8 calls, only 2 were found on Jim McCabe's iPhone call history. Whoa, y'all. That's a lot. Okay, let's share this. As we'll go down the rabbit trail, we're waiting for court. Anyone that's interested in sharing Julie Nagel's testimony statement from 10/12/22, the embassy, here you go. Definitely beefed up the statement. Oh, and Julie. Okay, so on January 29th, approximately 6:00 a.m., Canton Police Department received a call from John O'Keefe, Fairview, blah, blah, blah. Evening, Julie Nagel was visiting a friend, Brian Albert Jr., for his birthday. On October 5th of 2211, a named Juliana arrived at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and scheduled an interview with Trooper Christopher Moore and myself. I guess that's Proctor. Julie has known Brian since 15. Julie stated while she was in the kitchen, she did not observe anyone leave her in her residence herself. She called her Brian Nagel for a ride home. While awaiting Ryan arrived, Julia was looking out the kitchen window and observed the SUV stopped at the mailbox. How in the hell is an SUV going to stop at the mailbox when you have the McCabe sitting there saying that Brian Higgins' Jeep with the snowplow was parked at the mailbox? Hence, we have a problem. The front of the SUV was facing towards Chapman Street. Julie stated that she observed the SUV traveling along the front of the house and stopped between the mailbox and the flagpole where it came to a stop. So she saw it pull up. Okay. And then she moved it again, saw it moving towards the flagpole and came to a stop. Ryan arrived with his friend Richie and Heather and Richie pickup. Juliana, the resident, exits the resident out of the front door and stated that it was lightly snowing. That she stated Richie was parked in the driveway and the mailbox on Fairview. So he pulled up and parked parallel to the driveway by the mailbox. Said Ryan, his friends were inside and they declined to come in, so she returned inside while the Ryan, Richie, and Heather left. Between 1:30 and 2, she was with Sarah and McCabe's. Prior to leaving, Julia stated that she did not observe anyone leave the house. She was seated behind Matthew, who was driving, pulled out of the driveway, and went down, traveled on Fairview towards Chapman, stated that it was snowing heavy at the time. They traveled in front of the 34 Fairview. She thought she saw something in the yard. She stated, "What, Julie?" Sarah stated, "What, Julie?" Julie stated she observed a dark object in the snow by the flagpole. Juliana stated she has been to the residence numerous times and the dark object stood out to her as something out of the ordinary, but was not sure what it was as they drove by. What? Eddie, GM already, she's done testifying and she's already lost it. What? Y'all. Y'all. I am very perplexed to the comments. What are your guys? Ronnie, thank you so much for the emails. I appreciate them. Everybody who has sent me things, I appreciate it. I did have a question. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I did have a question on the prosecution witness list. I think there's a typo. It says Jeffy, Jeffie, McCabe, Allison McCabe, and Matthew. Was that Jennifer? I think, just FYI. I never catch typos. I'm proud of myself for that. So, y'all, what is your humble opinion so far? Caught enough of Kerry that I believe her. Glad y'all are looking at the receipt. Yeah. So, but you know what, guys? I am not struggling. If I was on the jury, I would not be struggling. I hit him. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? That to me does not faze me near as much as some of this other stuff. Okay, that's wonderful. I was making sure we didn't have somebody I didn't know of, because that could have been somebody else. God knows. We need another witness. There's a hole in the head. How many total witnesses are listed? And you're telling me by the defense witness list that they're going to recall Brian Albert, Caitlin Albert, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, and all of them? Everybody is on this list again. Are you telling me? I'd love to see them for shites, giggles, and grin to call Jennifer McCabe back up there. That would be funny as heck. Get her up there just to say one thing. But they can't. They haven't preserved her. They've released her. Well, I understand that, but they release people off the stand. Are they sitting in trial? Are they watching the trial? Are they? No, I don't think McCabe's are the only one to say they saw her there. Didn't Caitlin Albert say she saw them there? And Julie Nagel? But once again, I think if I was Karen Reed's attorney, and if my client told me I didn't drive him there, he went with so and so, I would be asking that question. Who drove John to the house? Mhm. But the defense hasn't disputed that Karen drove him. It's not even been disputed. What is your guys' thoughts on the timeline that Jen talked about? We haven't gotten that far yet with Kerry. What about that timeline? And then I've got a few points on Kerry I'm going to talk about. I won't talk about Kerry, but I want to hear your comments. Yeah, I do too. But what I have a hard time believing is that a mother of a son who's just deceased in a horrible way would take the time to sit down with these two women and tell them to make a timeline. At that point in time, she may have said, let's make a timeline 6 months later. But at the time that her son, I want to know, at what time did she say that to you? At what point in this day? If it was in the car, I have a hard time believing that she's going to make that kind of comment. And I keep dropping my little M&Ms. I don't want my dog getting it. I don't believe she's going to be sitting there. I don't think she's going to be sitting there in the car trying to get to the hospital and say to somebody, hey, y'all need to make a timeline. I want to know what Jen said because I saw BITCH come out of her mouth. I want to know the word before and after, but it's hard to side read. Y'all, this is the smoothest. I know it has a black bottom to it. I want to talk to her about that. I have never had fresh roasted coffee. I mean, like coffee bean to roast fresh. This is the smoothest coffee I've had in ages that I didn't go out and pay a ton of money for. Anybody in the hill country who loves coffee, Hitchman Homestead. This coffee is awesome. She doesn't even know I'm doing this. The phone being found underneath his shoulder. That bothers me. Why would the phone be underneath his shoulder? I don't think that this Jen helped in any way, shape, or form the testimony of the prosecution. I think the prosecution has got a lot of ground they have to make up. See, this whole case is for the prosecution to win or lose. The defense doesn't have to do anything. And right now, everybody is sitting there wondering when is the real evidence going to come in? And they're sitting here saying that they're laying the groundwork, but they're not. I think they put the cart before the horse, and the other horse, and the other horse. I'm just perplexed. And okay, so if there was about an inch of snow on the ground, John's body heat, when they put him there or he fell there, John's body heat will melt whatever's between him and the ground. That's going to be the warmest. And the snow is going to fall on him and melt for a particular period of time until said time that the body becomes cool enough not to melt the snow. What do you mean all the cars at Jen's yesterday afternoon? What are you talking about? There were a lot of cars there then. There were supposedly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including their own. But, y'all, I love 1 Skittle to 4 of these little M&Ms or 1-in-1 ratio. I have not seen Turtle Boys live. Link it to me and I'll look at it. Go link it if you can put it in the Sparks you have. By the way, Sparks, I sent you an email invite a while back. Uh-oh, Court's coming back. It was on Twitter. Okay. Court is resuming. Well, sort of. How do I have that many courts up? That doesn't make sense. Do I? Do I have more than one up? I have that up. I have here. I have that. Okay, I think we're good. We still don't have a smoking gun, so to speak. I just don't see it. So why were they talking about Jen's house having all the cars here? I'm sure she's got family and friends supporting her. Okay, we'll deal with it later. Here we go. Oh, someone just said autism, right.
Back to session, you may be seated.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So if I could take you back just for a moment, I apologize for this, but
get off the mic.
I went back to when you first, where Mr. O'Keefe is on the grass, and at any point in time when you observed him, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed at that time?
Was he dressed?
Yes.
He had jeans on. I couldn't really tell because he was covered in snow, but I know that I think he had 2 layers on because when the defendant lifted his shirt.
Do you recall if any one of those layers was like a winter jacket or any kind of heavy coat or anything like that?
No.
I'm sorry, no, you don't recall, or no?
No, it was not a coat.
You know darn well she was.
Take you back to when you were in front of the house and Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, and at some point in time that ambulance leaves. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know where the ambulance was going?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And following that, you mentioned that Ms. McCabe went inside the house, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that caused her to go inside the house?
No, I'll allow that. Not what anyone said.
I think she was going to wake her sister.
And after she left, was there anybody else that beyond sort of first responders or police officers, things like that, any other sort of civilian people show up that you recall?
Matt showed up at some point, Jen's husband, Matt.
And that was before you left, is that correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you had, we'll get to this more in a moment, but you had left from the house once, come back, and then left again?
Yes.
And when her husband, Matt McCabe, showed up, which of those times was that, if you recall?
I think he was there when I left the first time.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I just said, he said, I said, I'm going to get the O'Keefes. He said, do you want me to come with you? And I said, no. So he went in the house.
And when you left, who, if anyone, initially when you left, who, if anyone, left with you?
I left with Karen Reed.
And as you're leaving in your car, you're driving, is that correct?
Yes.
Where is Miss Reed in the car at that point?
Say it again?
Where was Miss Reed in your car at that point?
In the passenger seat.
And as you were leaving, what, if anything, were the two of you doing or talking about, or what was going on when you left that first?
As we were leaving, she was saying to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You need to take care of these kids.
And how did you respond?
He's not going to die. No one's doing anything of that nature or something of that nature, I said.
And as far as you're driving away, Chapman, and you're facing towards Cedar Crest, is that right?
Yes.
And so when you left, are you following in that sort of same direction towards Cedar Crest?
I took a right onto Cedar Crest.
And that warranted a section 12,
And
please.
then I got to Dedham Street and I went to take a right. And then Officer Good let me go to pick up the O'Keefes to take them. I had to give him my phone number so that he could get in touch with me if he needed to. So he did call and he said, do you have Miss Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, please bring her back. Her parents have called in a suicide. They said she's saying she's suicidal, so they want her to be sectioned.
And so coming back to that in a moment, but before you had left the scene, you hadn't talked to any police officers or anything at that time, correct?
No, other than my name and phone number, but no.
So you gave them your information and then said, I have to go pick up the O'Keefes.
Yes.
So you get that call from Officer Good, and then you come back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
And during any of that time, you recall the defendants, I know you had mentioned she spoke to Erin O'Keefe. Was there anybody else that the defendant spoke to or talked to while you were with her in the car?
She spoke to her mother. And then I ended up taking the phone and speaking to her mother, and I gave her my phone number. And I said, I'm going to go to the hospital. She said, please make sure she does not have her purse. She has medication in her purse. I don't want her to take.
And then when you arrived back at the scene, what happened then?
She just got out of the car and walked to the ambulance.
And who, if anyone, did she walk in? By she, you mean the defendant?
I'm sorry, yes.
And who, if anyone, did the defendant walk from your car to the ambulance with?
She just walked. I think she just walked by herself. I had her phone because I had been talking to her mother. So then one of the first responders came over and said, do you have her phone? And I said, yes. Her mother said, make sure she does not have her purse.
And then following that conversation with one of the first responders, where did you go from
I went to go pick up the O'Keefes.
there? And as far as your drive from Canton, you went to, where do the O'Keefes live?
Braintree.
So your drive from Canton to Braintree and then subsequently from Braintree to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the driving conditions at that point?
I was actually on the phone with Katie Camerano and I did a complete spun a couple times on 93 right near the Braintree exit, so that when I got to the O'Keefes that we went back roads to Brockton because I didn't want to go on the highway.
And as far as the O'Keefes, as far as in your car from Braintree to Brockton, that was both John's mother and father?
Correct.
And at some point, you get to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about what time it was that you got there?
I don't know.
When you arrived, where is it that you and the O'Keefes sort of go within the hospital?
Paul had John's brother Paul had already
Family
arrived.
room.
And then
Never
we all
good.
walked in. We were in the waiting area. John's cousin actually works on the switchboard. We had been talking to her on the way in because with COVID restrictions, we didn't know if we were going to be able to get in or. So she had come out from the switchboard, her office, because she knew there had been an accident. So she came out to greet her family. And then I asked her to take me to the bathroom to clean up and to the chapel.
And why was it that you had to go clean up?
Say it again.
Why was it that you had to go clean up?
Because I had blood on my hands.
Now, Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that during part of the drive from Canton to Braintree, you spoke to Ms. Camerano, correct?
Yes.
And during either that drive or the subsequent drive from Braintree to Brockton, who, if anyone else, did you speak to over the phone?
Karen called me repeatedly from the ambulance asking if I was going to come to the hospital. Then she called when the O'Keefes were in the car and said she dropped him off at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, "You just left him." And Mr. O'Keefe said, "Leave her alone. She's been through enough." She called a few times while we were on the ride. And then she called a lot when we were at the hospital asking if I knew anything, if he was dead, is he dead? She would hang up and then call back, hang up and then call back.
And if you know about
That doesn't make sense to me.
At least 10.
I'm going to see the call logs.
and that same sort of phraseology that she was using on scene as far as his dead, she repeated that in the phone calls at the hospital.
Yes.
Now, once you arrive at the hospital and you're able to clean up a little bit, where did you go from there? What happened?
I went to the chapel and I said a prayer. And then I went in and talked to John's cousin, and she said that Dr. Rice was going to ask to meet with the family and that they would be told how John was doing and that they would bring John's family back to see John. So when I came out, they were being called in by Dr. Rice, and I sat in the waiting area.
And after some period of time sitting in the waiting area, what happened?
Mrs. O'Keefe came out and told me John was gone. And then she asked if I wanted to see him. So I did, because I figured it would be better than when I last saw him. Maybe he was cleaned up, but it was not. It was worse.
Sorry, ma'am, but as far as say that it was worse, happened to a room where John was, is that right?
Yes.
And what did
Speak up, sir.
He was in a neck brace, and both eyes were huge. Whereas when I found him, it was only one, but they were like black, almost like filled with, I don't know, blood or fluid. They were huge.
beyond what you observed in his eyes, what, if anything else, did you see on John's body as you were?
He had scratches on his arm,
Do you recall which arm it was?
his right arm.
Do you recall where on his arm?
Like here.
Does the record reflect that the witness is pointing to her forearm?
Yes.
Oh, that hurts me.
Following that, as far as going in to see John, what happened then?
We came back out to the waiting area. Mrs. O'Keefe wanted to get his necklace off, but I couldn't get it. So her and Paul went back in to get the necklace off. And Karen had called me at some point from the hospital and said, "My father's going to be coming. Can you just keep a lookout for him?" So I said, so when Mr. Reed, her father, walked in, Mr. O'Keefe recognized him and he said, "That's Karen's father." So I went over and I said, "Mr. Reed, Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you." And then I just stood there. I didn't know what to do.
And at some point, did you leave from the hospital?
I did. I took Mr. O'Keefe in my car and Paul took Mrs. O'Keefe in his.
And where did the two vehicles, where did you?
I dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house, and then I went home.
And without getting into too much detail as far as the road conditions that you described earlier, how were they?
It was absolutely horrible. I told Mr. O'Keefe, if you see a front door in your vision, we are about to hit a house because I can't see where we're going. And my windshield wiper broke.
Now, so you dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house on Meadows, is that right?
Yes,
And Ms. Reed's vehicle, was that still there at that point?
I think so. I don't recall, but I think so.
And then you went home, is that correct?
Yes.
Later on that day or that afternoon, if anyone came to your house,
Sorry, I'm trying to set the captionings.
what?
There were 2 officers, but I don't remember their names.
And do you recall which department they were from?
The state police.
As far as the officers that came to your house and spoke to you, you don't recall their names, is that correct?
I don't.
Do you recall if either one of them was a Trooper Proctor?
It was not.
And where in your house did you speak?
In the dining room.
And did they speak to anybody else at your house at that time?
My husband.
And as far as when they spoke to you and they spoke to your husband, where were you? Starting with yourself, do you know where your husband was when the troopers were speaking to you?
I don't know where he was, but he wasn't in the room with me.
And same as far as when the troopers were speaking with your husband, where were you?
I was not in the room.
Following that, did you have occasion to speak to any other troopers or members of the state police at any point in time afterward?
I've only spoken to Michael Proctor one time. It was from Jen's house.
And when was that?
I don't know, maybe a couple days later, because Jen and I were re-going over what everything had happened. Mrs. O'Keefe had advised us to make a timeline because she said this could be a while. You guys aren't going to remember something years from now. So sit down, write down what you remember. And I, at that point, said, when she first called, she said he was dead. And Jen said, I don't think you've told them that. So Michael Proctor called, or she was on the phone with him, or I don't even know. And I said, could I speak to him?
Maybe
So I
she
told
did.
him so that somebody had it documented.
Maybe she did. That's a lot of wherewithal.
Trooper Proctor was concerned that phone conversation, is that the only contact that you have with Trooper Proctor?
That is a lot of wherewithal. A lot.
If you recall, was it February 1st or so that you met with some troopers at Mr. McCabe's house?
State trooper who?
At some point, did you meet with troopers at Mr. McCabe's house?
Yes.
And if you know, was that on or around a couple days later, like February 1st or so?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I can't be sure.
Were either of those troopers that you met at Mr. McCabe's house, were either of those troopers Trooper Proctor?
No.
And do you recall where within Mr. McCabe's house you spoke to them?
In the living room.
And beyond yourself and the troopers that you spoke to, was there anybody else in the room with you when you spoke to them?
No.
And at some point, either then or subsequent to then, was there any request made by any trooper from the state police in regard to your cell phone?
To my cell phone, yes.
And do you recall if it was that date or a later date?
It was not that day. I think it was the next day. It was within the next 2 days. They wanted to clone my phone.
And did they advise you of anything or give you any form that you had to fill out and execute prior to doing that?
Yes, I had to fill out a form.
And
I think that
was concerned, were there any?
Let's touch on this Higgins comment. Are y'all hearing me okay? I know my mic has kind of readjusted itself. There. The thing about the Higgins is that I read somewhere, and it wasn't anything from Turtle Boy, it was more of an official document, and I heard it from another source online, that he had signed a document with the federal government. So he's either going to testify, say he did something, say he knows something, say he was a part of it. He may testify for the defense and for the feds in order to save his own butt. But I don't know. That's my own, that's a big hypothesis there. But if I was the prosecution, I sure in the heck wouldn't call Higgins. But guess what? They are. In fact, yesterday, let me look. I could have sworn yesterday they are going to call him. Because yesterday they said they're going to call Kerry Roberts today. Well, you know she's not going to get off the stand today. Then they're going to call some Lauren or somebody else. Then they're going to call, I don't see the name, somebody else, and then Brian Higgins. He's fourth down on the list from today.
Restrictions or anything?
He may turn out to be
What they could look at or what they could clone or what they could do with your phone?
No.
And as far as how sort of that process works, as far as the cell phone extraction or anything, you know anything about that?
No.
And
Most people don't know about that.
do you recall how long it was that you were without your phone at the time you handed it over to him to whenever you got it back?
Well, they took both of our phones at the same time, and we didn't get them back for like 7 or 8 hours.
And just
That's not too bad.
Both of our phones, your
Jen,
phone, who else?
Jen's phone and my phone.
7 8 hours is not too bad. Seen a lot longer. Just saying.
Now,
At least they got them back. Some people never do.
at some point or at any point, did you give any kind of interview or have any conversation with any officer from the Canton Police in regard to what happened that day?
No.
And are you familiar with a Canton officer named Michael Lent?
Yes.
How do you know him?
My daughter and his daughter are friends.
So beyond your daughters being friends, is that someone that you know or that you socialize with or anything like that?
No, I mean, they've come over to my house, his wife and him, one time, but we don't hang out with them socially. His wife and I are friends.
Now, at some point around this date, around January 29th, well, let me ask you, turning to the next day of January 30th, do you recall what you did that day?
We went over to the O'Keefe's house, my daughter, Jen, and Jen's daughter, and myself.
And following that, do you recall where you went?
My daughter wanted to get dropped off to her friend's house at Mike Link's.
And so after leaving the O'Keefe's house, is it still the same as far as yourself, your daughter, and Ms. McCabe and her daughter?
Her daughter stayed at the O'Keefe's.
And as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned, was it after dropping your daughter off, did you go anywhere with Ms. McCabe after that?
I just stopped at Mike Lank's house, I think, and then we went home.
And so when you got to your daughter's friend's house, who, if anyone, did you speak with?
Mike's wife came out to the car to see how I was and how the O'Keefes were, and so she talked to us for a little, just asking how everyone was.
And if you know, ma'am, do you know about how long that conversation was?
I mean, I'm a talker, so it's probably a while. I'd say at least 45 minutes.
Was that a conversation like through the window, or did she get in the car? You know,
I think she got in the car. She was in the
Was
back seat
they in the car
'cause
with
it
the
was
weather?
freezing.
Yeah.
from that conversation, do you recall anything beyond sort of how people were doing or anything? Did you discuss anything about sort of what you had seen or what you had heard the day before on the 29th?
I don't recall. It was just a regular conversation. Well, not
I don't
regular,
believe
obviously,
that.
but she was more concerned how the O'Keefes were doing, how the kids were doing.
I don't believe that.
After you left from,
Just human nature. I don't believe that.
where did you go? Where did you and Ms. McCabe go?
I don't know. I'm assuming home.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
I still want to know where the kids are. Officially, where are the kids?
Sharon, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Sidebar. I'm picking out my nail. I had something in my nail. Sidebar. I'm getting it. Um. mm, yeah, ain't that the truth? We're praying for you. I hope it's not too severe, but if you need anything, let me know. Prayers for whatever's happening. I wonder what the Miss O'Keefe really said. He is really struggling, y'all. And I understand his brother was killed, but it's been a couple of years. He's still full of anger and rage, and I get it. I do. But we'll see what happens.
Sorry, Norm, one moment.
Again, another moment? Please don't say that's all you're going to do.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Wow.
Good questions, Your Honor.
Oh,
All right.
none.
Thank you.
Oh my God, there's so much that was left on the table. Who's coming up
Your
next?
next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Miss Laura Sullivan to the stand.
Wow. Who's Laura?
And Mr. Lally, I'd like you to tell me when you want me to give that instruction.
I think it's
So just wave it for me, flag it for me.
sure.
Who is this woman? Anybody want to tell me real quick? Oh.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
This is going to be interesting because I don't know her from Adam.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Laura Sullivan, Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Pembroke, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Pembroke?
Almost 6 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Pembroke with?
I live with my boyfriend and our 3 children. 2 stepchildren that are with us half the time, and then my son, Ben.
And your son, how old is he?
He's 10.
I'm sorry.
10. Sorry.
Nope, that's fine. And your stepchildren, how old are they?
15 and 13.
Now, do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I work in human resources.
How long have you been doing it?
Just over 6 years.
Ma'am, if I could turn your attention to New Year's Eve of 2021 into New Year's Day of 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where you were?
I was in Aruba.
Oh, is this the other woman?
If you could explain to the jury sort of how often, was that a regular trip that you did around that time of year?
Yeah. We've been doing a trip like around that time for, I'd say, 5 or 6 years. This will be our 6th year, I believe.
And over the course of those 5 or 6 years that you've done that, when you say sort of we, how did that start and how was that expanded, if at all?
So we've been going, I mean, Josh and I have been going to Aruba for years. In 2021, post-COVID, we decided to bring our children. We had never gone with them before. And since it was post-COVID, a lot of people are kind of stir crazy. And a group of our friends jumped on board. And so we went from just the 5 of us going to approximately 60 people.
And as far as yourself and or the other people, how, is this all at one sort of facility or how were the bookings?
So we all stayed at the Renaissance, which is in downtown, and we buy timeshares. So it was a timeshare resort where we would purchase weeks that people owned. And so if they weren't going for that year, we would buy a week. So we were able to get, I think it was something, close to 20 rooms for all of us to go for the same week.
And as far as the planning in regard to that year in particular, when did that planning process sort of begin?
It starts approximately a year in advance because the rooms go on sale almost immediately because people want to get rid of them. So I would say it was probably around January of 2021 that we booked our room for that year.
And once you had booked your room, as far as the family and friends group that you were talking about, how was that sort of put out to them, like through what means?
We would, I would post on Facebook, more rooms are available for Aruba if anybody was interested in going. So the timeshare owners would reach out to me directly. Is there anybody else who would want to go? And we would look for any interested, either friends or what have you, to join our trip.
And so at some point in time over the summer of 2021, say July or August or so, was there someone who, a friend of yours that reached out in regard to joining or possibly coming on the trip?
Yeah, I received a text message from John O'Keefe interested in learning more information about our trip.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of, how did you know John?
I met John in May of 2013. I met him at a bar in South Boston he was with Pat Rogers at the time. Post meeting John, I started dating Pat, and my son's father is Pat Rogers. And
I could stop you there just
yep.
a moment. So as far as John O'Keefe and your son's father, Pat Rogers, did you know or did you come to know sort of what they did for a living?
Yeah, they were both Boston police officers.
And did you know sort of what the relationship was beyond co-workers of Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Rogers?
Yeah. They were best friends.
So at some point following that meeting in 2013, you began to date Mr. Rogers, is that right?
Correct.
I didn't post.
What happened?
So in July of 2013, I became pregnant. And in November of 2013, Pat committed suicide.
Whoa, what? Oh, whoa, didn't mean to do that.
Learning
Let me
more information about our trip.
Sorry, guys. I wanted to rewind that just a hair.
And ultimately, they were best friends.
So at some point following that meeting in 2013, you began to date Mr. Rogers, is that right?
Correct.
And what happened?
So in July of 2013, I became pregnant. And in November of 2013, Pat committed suicide.
And
Poor baby.
um,
Poor baby.
following that, how would you describe sort of the relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, or how did it evolve?
So in November of 2013, I was on a work trip and I had not had the best conversation with Pat. It was kind of, it just didn't feel right. And I called John and said, you need to go find him. I can't get a hold of him. He won't answer his phone. And so John left his nephew's birthday party and called a bunch of people on the way. And ultimately, Pat was found in the basement of his house. And John was there immediately following, but he was the one that found people to go find Pat. Immediately following that, John never really left my side, you know, as a support system.
And at some point following that, you had your son.
Yeah.
And before or after that, at some point, did you have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to your son?
It was his birthday, December of 2013, and we went to the Playwright, which is where we had all met. And I gave him a card and I asked him to be Ben's godfather, and he said yes.
And in relation to your son, was Mr. O'Keefe, was John involved in your son's life?
Yes, very much so.
And how so?
He was every birthday, Christmas. He was always in contact. He was the first person in my delivery room after I gave birth. He was a constant. He was a connection to Pat, and always making sure that, you know, Ben was taken care of in the sense of, you know, being there to tell stories or what have you.
The masculine influence.
His relationship with Pat.
And through
fatherly
that sort of
influence
relationship with you and your son, Mr. O'Keefe also become familiar with your family as well?
Yeah. Yep.
And in regard to your family, was there some kind of term, or how would they refer to Mr. O'Keefe?
The Godfather. He was called the Godfather to almost everybody.
Now,
hopefully in a little more loving way.
back to that summer of 2021, you received a text from Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And
So, I'm sorry, you do have to say yes or no.
Oh, sorry, yes.
after you received that text, did you reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I gave him a call because I was excited. I was immediately excited. I gave him a call, explained to him that we had a group of rooms. We were going with, I don't even know the number at that time that had, signed up to go, but it was a lot of kids. It was all of our friends, and that they would have a great time.
And from that, did he give you any sense or say anything about who from was it just himself or like who was coming along?
He had mentioned that it would be the kids, and he said Karen would be joining him as well.
And at that point, at some point subsequent to that, you knew him to be referring to Karen, correct?
Yes.
At that point, had you met Karen Reed? Did you know who that was?
I had not. I knew that they were dating, but I had never met Karen, no.
And in addition to himself, it would have been Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and his niece and nephew passed through jail with him?
Correct. Yes.
And if you know, in relation to your son, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, where are they in relation as far as ages?
They're like three years apart. 3 years apart.
Now, when you have that phone conversation with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interest does he show as far as going?
After, asking a couple questions, I could hear Karen in the background, and he put Karen on the phone, and that was the first time I had spoken to her. He basically said, just talk to her so you can answer her questions.
Do you recall what kind of questions they were, or what it was about?
She was interested in the room setup, how many people could sleep in a room, and how the room is set up. You have a king size bedroom, and then there's a kitchen area, and then there's a living room that has a pull-out couch. And I explained that it's a 4-person occupancy room, and you could get a roll-away bed as well.
And following that conversation, when was the next time, if at all, that you had any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed in regard to the Aruba?
So during that conversation, Karen mentioned that she needed her own bathroom and she needed her own space, and that she wanted 2 rooms. And so I put them in contact with a woman that I knew had 2 rooms for them to, figure that piece out. I don't handle any of that. I put people in contact with whoever owns the rooms. I put them in contact with the woman who had the 2 rooms, and I know that they had, paid her relatively quickly. I mentioned to John that the rooms, I couldn't promise that the rooms would be next to each other, and they weren't. They were on opposite sides of the hotel, but they got 2 rooms.
And when you say opposite sides of the hotel, where do you know sort of where those rooms were in relation to each other, and who stayed in which room?
So the pool and lobby is in the center, and then the hotel comes like this, and there are pool walkout rooms on the first floor of each. And Karen and John were on this side, and the kids were on this side, and they both had walkout rooms.
And as far as sort of front door to front door, do you know about how far away they were from each other?
I would say, steps wise, maybe 200. But the hotel is it's small enough, but it was separated by a lobby, the front entrance, the outside entrance.
I wouldn't do that with 2 young kids. What?
With regard to your arrival, when
See, she didn't want the kids in their room because she wanted to treat this like a little pre-honeymoon. Karen.
was it that you arrived in Aruba?
So the timeshare rooms run Friday to Friday. So we were booked for the 31st through the 7th. Josh's birthday is December 30th. So we went down as a family a day early. And we had friends who were already down there since Christmas. John's timeshare room woman reached out and said, hey, we're leaving early if you want to arrive early. So him, Karen, and the kids actually came down on the 30th as well. They were on the flight following us. And then the rest of the 60-ish people, however many were there, showed up on the 31st.
And so from that first day that you arrived there, as far as when you got there on the 30th, when was the first time that you saw John, or when was the first time that you saw anyone from that group?
It was, we were at the pool, so it was not long after they had landed. He texted me and said, we're here. And Ben and I jumped out of the pool and went to the lobby to see him. And then on the way back from the lobby, I saw somebody banging on the window on the left-hand side of the rooms, and I didn't know who it was. And then I saw Kaylee, and I was like, oh, well, that must be Karen.
And again, was this the first time that you had seen Karen face to face or met Miss Reed?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, as far as Miss Reed is concerned, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's right there.
Just has a record of like identification of the defendant.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, after you see this person bang on the window and you recognize Kaylee, what happened?
She came out, she gave me a big hug, said, it's nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I recognized you from pictures.
And following along from there, what happened then as far as the day was concerned?
So as I mentioned, it was Josh's birthday. We had already made plans to go out for dinner. Our friends who had been there since Christmas have a 17-year-old daughter who watched our children so we could go out for dinner. I mentioned it to John. I said, we'll just add you to the reservation. You can join us for dinner. The kids can stay with Chloe. And they said, absolutely. So we all went out for dinner that evening to Screaming Eagle.
And Screaming Eagle, where is that in relation to the hotel, the rents?
It's probably about a 15-ish minute cab ride.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the dinner or how it went?
So we were sitting outside on the patio. It was Karen, myself, our friend Laura. Across from Laura was her husband, Dave. Josh was in front of me, and John was in front of Karen.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall about the dinner or sort of what happened at dinner?
So we, the waiter came over. He started taking drink orders. Karen placed her order. I placed mine. Laura placed hers. Dave placed his, and then Josh ordered a dirty martini with blue cheese stuffed olives.
I'll allow it. I don't know where it's going, and you can move to strike unless you wanted to see me, Mr. Yannetti. Okay.
I didn't hear that.
I placed mine. Laura placed hers. Dave placed his, and then Josh ordered a dirty martini with blue cheese stuffed olives.
I'll allow it. I don't know where it's going, and you can move to strike unless you wanted to see me, Mr. Yannetti. Okay.
Look what my friend brought me. I guess I'm collecting Highland cows now. Isn't that precious? Oh, that does not sound good. Does not sound good at all. Ugh. Are we sidebar? Y'all, is she the woman that did the kiss? Is this a kissy woman? Anybody know? Martini with blue cheese stuffed olives. Guys, I won't be trying that.
The drinks that are ordered, people have what they have. And at the end of the evening, as far as the bill comes at some point, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that?
Karen had paid the bill prior to us receiving it.
And what, if any, reaction did you or anyone have in regard?
The entire table was kind of taken aback, said it wasn't necessary, wanted to Venmo or give cash or something along those lines. And she declined, saying that she was honored to be there and wanted to pay for it.
Turn your attention to the following day. What, if anything, do you recall about the next day, being that would have been, I'm sorry, 31st, is that correct?
Yes.
So turning your attention to December 31st, 2021, what, if anything, do you recall about that day in specific regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms.
John was very vocal on the 30th on how he just wanted to sit in the pool and watch the Alabama game.
And he was a pretty big Alabama fan, is that correct?
Yes.
And so over the course of that day, what, if any, interaction did you have with either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interaction did you have with him?
I saw him in the pool. I know he was sitting at the pool bar watching the game with Josh. I saw the kids. I recall seeing Karen. I don't remember if we spoke or not. But it was mostly in the pool because we were waiting for the rest of our friends to show up.
Now, amongst the rest of your friends that showed up, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have 2.
And brother or sister?
I have a younger brother and a younger sister.
And with reference to your younger sister, what's her name?
Mariette.
And how much younger than you is Mariette?
She's 10 years younger than me.
And was Mariette Sullivan, was she coming in on that day as well?
She was.
And do you recall about what time it was that she arrived or that she came to the hotel? When was the first time you saw her?
It's tough to remember, but I want to say everybody showed up on one of the first or second flights that came out of Boston. So I would say she was there by 1 p.m.
And if you recall, what, if any, plans were there as far as dinner was concerned on that evening of New Year's?
So what we tend to do is book reservations, and if people are interested in joining, they can join us. And that night we had approximately 40 people going to have dinner on the beach at Moomba Beach. Around, I want to say it was like 7 o'clock. We had our reservations for.
And did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, join you for dinner that evening?
They did not, no.
Now, let me take a step back just for a moment. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, prior to your arrival in Aruba, did you have her phone number or did you have any way of contacting her?
No.
And when was it that you got Ms. Reed's phone number?
John had added her and I and Chloe to a group text the night that we had gone out for dinner to make sure that we could all communicate with Chloe to make sure the kids were okay.
So you got her phone number in relation to watching kids as far as Patrick and Kelly and your children and everybody?
Correct.
Now, if you recall, you go out to dinner, you think the reservation was about 7 or so. Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to the hotel?
I want to say it was around 9:30, 10 o'clock by the time my group got back. I know there was a couple different seatings. So we probably got back around like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And as far as your group was concerned, your sister Mariette, was she within your group that went out to dinner?
Yes. Yep.
And beyond your younger sister Mariette, did you have other sort of immediate family with you on this trip as well?
My mother was with us as well.
And with regard to your sister Mariette and your mother, what, if anything, was there as far as where were each of them staying?
So they had their own room. I think it was a couple away from us on the 5th floor.
Is that the top floor as far as this hotel is concerned?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, once you arrived back from dinner, where was it that you and your group went?
We go to the pool area. The kids can swim. We ring in the new year at the pool bar, watching it on the TVs, and then watching the fireworks.
Now, when you came back to the hotel and you went at some point to the pool area, your sister Mariette, do you know where she went?
She actually, when we got back from dinner, she went up to her room with my mom and essentially put my mom to bed because she didn't want to be up anymore. But she went to go change as well.
Now, when you came down to the pool area, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was concerned, did you see them in that area?
I saw John, I want to say around 10:30-ish. I don't know the exact time. It was definitely before midnight.
And where in relation to the hotel did you see him
He was standing behind me at the pool bar.
And at some point, does your sister come out to the pool area after putting your mother to bed?
Yeah, so right before I saw John at the pool bar, I saw my sister. She came out and she was visibly upset.
And, Your Honor, in regard, excuse me, to the instruction that you had requested about this, maybe.
All right, thank you. So, jurors, you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by Ms. Reed. Be mindful that the defendant is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictments. The witness's testimony may not and indeed must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she has a propensity to commit the crimes with which she has been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior
Something
acts
went down.
as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the state of mind of the defendant and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed the act or acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind.
She
the
is
nature of
clenching her
relationship with John
jaw.
O'Keefe, as it may go to motive.
Oh,
and just
it's
for the
gonna get
records,
interesting.
my findings are the same that I made at sidebar previously. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Now, with regard to, at some point, your sister comes out to the pool area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
And you know where Mr. O'Keefe was at that point?
I do not know.
And when your sister comes out to the pool area, what happened?
She said,
Yeah, that's sustained. I thought you were doing something else.
When your sister comes out to the pool area, how would you describe her demeanor when she comes out?
No, I'll allow that.
she was frustrated.
And at some point, did you have a conversation, without regard to what the conversation was, at some point, did you have a conversation with her about something that had just happened?
Yes.
Now, following that conversation with your sister, at some point subsequent to that, Mr. O'Keefe come back out to the pool area.
After I spoke with her, yes, he came out to the pool area.
And you know about how long a period of time it was between the time that your sister came out to the pool area and Mr. O'Keefe came out to the pool area?
I mean, I would say approximately 20 minutes, but I don't really know exact timing.
Now, when Mr. O'Keefe came back out, did you have any conversation with him?
I did.
And can you describe that conversation?
All right, is this the instruction that you were talking about instead of the other one? All right, so jurors, I have another instruction for you.
Oh,
so
gee,
you're about
yes.
to hear evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. Is that accurate now, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
All right. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has a bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 28th or 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the
Okay,
time of
mods,
the crime
tell me
and would be
what
likely
the
to respond
heck
to
did
it. There need
what
not
the
be
heck
direct
did Aaron
evidence that the
do?
defendant
Do
learned
you
of
know?
Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Okay, Mr. Lally.
Subject to our objection.
Yes. Schneid.
Yep.
So, Ms. Sullivan, if I could take you back again. So Mr. O'Keefe comes out, you have a conversation with him. Can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about?
I turned around and I was pretty shocked to see him. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "Did Etta and Karen have words?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, that's not what Etta said." And I asked him if everything was okay. And at that time, his phone was lighting up, and it looked like calls and texts, and it said Karen on his phone.
After you make that observation, what, if anything, did you say to John?
I asked him if he needed to take it, and he said, yes, she's crazy. I got to take care of this.
And was that the last time that you saw him on New Year's Eve?
It is.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, New Year's Day, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Miss Reed at all on that day?
I did not. I saw the children, but we didn't see them that day, no.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, being January 2nd, what was sort of the plan as far as what was going on that?
Our hotel has a private island. The hotel we stay at has a private island, and we rented all 8 of the cabanas between the 60 of us that were there. And when the cabanas went on sale, I had reached out to John and asked him if he wanted me to get him one. And he said, sure. So I booked one for him, and he paid me for that cabana. So we all went out that morning. And it was probably around, 10 o'clock in the morning, and they weren't there yet. And so I sent him a text and I said, are you coming, or do you want me to sell this cabana? Because there was other, couples there. At least he could have made, the money back. And he asked me who was there. And I said, everybody. And I named off a couple names. I'm not really sure. But I said, everybody's here.
And when you said that, how did Mr. O'Keefe respond?
He said, well, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
Now, is that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
So fair to say whatever you had heard from your sister on December 31st was not that?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Correct.
And what was your reaction when Mr. O'Keefe told you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was shocked. I immediately found my sister and said, did you make out with John?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you went to talk to your sister, who was it that your sister was with when you went to talk to her about that?
I don't recall who was standing near her. Maybe my mom. I don't know.
As far as your sister was concerned at that time, was she dating someone?
Yes,
And the person that she was dating, was that person on the trip as well?
he was. Yes.
And was that person that she was dating that was on the trip as well? Were they at the cabanas on that day that you were there?
They were. Yes.
Now, as far as you have some conversation in regard to your sister, and then at some point, do you go back and have further conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, I said I texted him back. I said, I just talked to Etta. She said, absolutely not. That did not happen.
Objection. Move to strike.
That's sustained. I'll strike that.
Now, at some point after that exchange, did Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed and or the kids come out to the cabana area?
They did. Yes.
And at any point, how would you describe sort of how Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was acting when they came out to the cabana?
But Karen immediately went in the water. I just recall her being like floating in the ocean for a good chunk of the day. John was hopping around from the different cabanas, talking to people. One of my favorite pictures of him is with my son from that day.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe once he came out to the cabana area?
No, we kind of just kept it light. We didn't really talk about anything that had happened. I was just kind of trying to stay out of it for now.
And following sort of the cabana situation or the cabana day, what happened then?
Suppose that day, I think I saw John one other time. I saw him in the pool. It was the one time that him and I were alone. He didn't seem like he was himself.
I'll allow it.
He seemed distant, and I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? And he kind of, just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
So following that exchange in the pool area, when was the next time that you saw him?
I had spoken to him. We all went on the Jolly Pirate. We had all bought tickets in advance, so we had basically rented the whole boat for everybody to go. We had bought 4 tickets, and we had gotten a bus from our hotel. And he didn't show up for the bus and wasn't answering my calls or my texts. And then we finally got down to where the boat was. The boat was about to leave, and he messaged me. He's like, not going to make it. Kids slept late. And so I didn't think anything of it. Then after that, I saw him and Karen the night before they left. And they ended up leaving a day or 2 early so that the kids could get back to school.
And when you saw them, where was that in relation to?
Right outside the hotel is a marketplace that has a bunch of restaurants and arcade. I was sitting at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val, and my friends Dave and Laura and Karen and John walked up.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room.
And how did you respond to that?
I said it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
And with regard to that trip, when was the next time, or when was the last time that you saw her?
So the day that they were leaving, I saw him by the pool. He came up, he gave me a big hug. He said, I love you. This was a great trip. Thank you so much. And I said, well, you're definitely in again for next year. And he said, absolutely. And that was the last time I physically saw him.
And so that conversation, just turning back for a moment, as far as with regard to Ms. Reed, you know what day that would have been, as far as in relation to when they were leaving? Early January, 32nd?
I want to say it was the 5th. I want to say it was January 5th.
Now, after Ruben, did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe after that?
I talked to him via text a couple times about a couple different things, but one of them was, as I mentioned, we start planning a year in advance. And I said, rooms are coming available. Are you in? And he said, let me recover from this trip first.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to Saturday, January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And at some point that morning or during that day, did you get a call?
I did. I received a call from,
I'll hear that she received a call from someone.
I received a call from my aunt.
And what did you learn in the call from your aunt?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That John O'Keefe had passed away.
And after you hung up the phone with your aunt, what did you do with that?
I
Here it is subject to striking.
called him. I called anybody's number that I had associated with the family. I ended up calling Kaylee. I texted Kaylee. I texted Karen.
And without any regard to what Kaylee said, did Kaylee respond to you via text?
She did.
And then at some point, did the defendant, Ms. Reed, respond to you as well?
She did.
Was that a phone call or a text, or how did she respond?
It was a text later that afternoon.
And do you recall what she said in the text?
She said, "Hi, Laura. John has passed." And I
recall what, if anything, you responded to that?
I said, "Oh my God, what happened?" And she said, "We found him in the snow at 5 a.m."
And what, if anything, did you ask or how did you respond?
I said, "What happened?" I just recall, kind of going into a tailspin, asking a bunch of questions. And she mentioned, she said, "I don't know. We were both at the same party. I didn't go in. I went home."
Can I have a moment, Kerry?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
You were not present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not present at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022.
It's not.
Yet you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, visited you at your home all the way in Pembroke, Massachusetts on February 8th of 2022
Yes.
to interview you?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Manley?
Just briefly, as far as Trooper Proctor coming to your house, was he alone, or who, if anyone else, was he with when he came?
He was with another trooper,
Okay. And do you recall who that trooper was?
Trooper Fanning.
Nothing further on.
Your next witness, Mr. Manley?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Ms. Mariette Sullivan.
Counsel, I'll see you while we're waiting for this witness.
Ooh, that was an interesting. Y'all. What do y'all think? I didn't see anything in that would make me go, oh, I don't know, not hitting me in a way that concerns me. Couples have disagreements and spats. Where was this testimony that's going to make Miss Reed look so horrible? Where is it? I don't understand. Mods, do you know something I don't? And then now we're going to Mariette. Oh, thank you, Eddie. Yay. So I'll go ahead and since you did it, come on, mouse, I'll pin yours. That helps me out when you do that because if you can see, I'm trying to write and do everything at the same time. That was interesting, y'all. I know I'm not on there. I just sat down. There we go. I didn't see anything that makes me that. Yeah, I don't understand the testimony other than they had a couple squabble. I mean, somebody may have told Karen that they saw or something, and it was a miss thing. I mean, I've had trips with an ex. We used to go to Vegas 3 times a year for 7 years. His family did, and I just went along with. And we've had a few couple squabbles on the trip. Eddie, do you know Brandy well enough to connect with her? I'm trying to find a contact. I want to talk to Brandy. I'm a cancer survivor as well, and just wanted to visit with her. Oh, sidebar. I didn't put sidebar. I will say that I'm excited to see. I kind of want to see. Well, yes, but you also need to. What the heck is this? Strange. I would definitely would want more information before I flew off the handle. But was she also intoxicated at that moment, which is possible? I don't know. I asked him. He said she's really been going through a lot. I get it. I get it. I get it. So am I kind of on the same wavelength as her? Or, I mean, is there anything I'm missing? Y'all, if you see something I'm missing from somewhere else, please let me know. Catch me up. Yep. Is this the week we don't have anybody for the rest of the week? Is today it for the rest of the week? Or isn't that the last week in May?
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. My name is Mariette Sullivan. Last name is Sullivan.
And where do you live?
I
Right now
seem
live
to
in Plymouth.
And
I seem to recall her saying the
Since
last
July
week of May,
summer,
but we'll
so
see.
not even a year yet.
And do you work there?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a director at a memory care community.
How long have you been doing it?
Just over a year.
Now,
That's a hard job.
Do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you
I have 2.
have? Older, younger?
Both older.
And
She's going to be a
Brother
good
and
witness.
sister.
And your sister, what is her?
Laura Sullivan.
And
She's definitely going to be a good witness.
We are 10 years apart.
now, if I could turn your attention to.
Did y'all see that glance over at Karen? Oh, did you see it? Watch this. Watch this look. Watch her.
If I could turn your attention to New Year's, specifically 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where it was that you were or where you were going for that time?
Yes, sir. We were going to Aruba for a family trip.
And is that sort of an annual family trip?
It has become since then. It was the first time I had attended.
And do you recall sort of the time frame on that trip as far as when you were leaving, when you were coming?
Yeah. So we left on Friday the 31st and we returned the next week, Friday the 7th.
And when you say we, who is who?
My mother and I flew out together with another group of people to meet my sister and brother-in-law down in Aruba.
And at that time, so to meet them down there, had your sister Laura, had she flown down prior to you?
I think she's going to paint Karen out to be a witch.
Time,
I think there's going to be a whole lot more to this story.
I was seeing somebody, yes.
And the person that you were seeing, was that person coming on the trip as well?
He was, yeah, the day after we got there.
So your sister arrives on the 30th, you arrive on the 31st, and the person you were seeing arrives on the 1st.
Yes.
Now, when you arrive there, do you know about how many people were on this trip?
I would say over 30, upwards of, yeah, I would say over 30 is the best estimate I could give you.
And as far as this trip was concerned, do you recall where you stayed?
Yep, we stayed at the Renaissance Aruba.
Is that someone that you stayed on this occasion as well as subsequent occasions?
Yes.
And on the 31st, when you and your mother arrived, do you recall about what time of day it was that you got there?
So our flight landed around 3:30-ish. I would say we weren't at the hotel much later than that.
And with regard to the hotel has a lobby area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what does that layout look like? What does the lobby look like?
Sure. So right when you walk in the front doors, right in front of you is the check-in desks, 3 or 4 of them in front of you. To the left of you, when you come in, is a hallway to one side of the hotel. To the right of you is a bank of elevators that leads to another hallway that leads to the other first floor side of the hotel. You're in a big lobby, and then directly across from where the elevators are is the entrance to the pool area.
And when you arrive there at some point in time on the late afternoon of the 31st, you obviously check into your room, and then following that, where do you go from there?
So we checked into our room, and then happy hour was starting around 4:30. So we met everybody down at the pool for that time.
Is there a bar in that area of the pool?
Yes, pool bar.
And so when you get down to the pool bar area, who, if anyone specifically, did you see or did you run into?
So first ran into my sister, gave her a hug, the rest of the kids and my brother. As soon as I got into the pool, I ran into Johnny and a couple of our other friends that were sitting at the pool bar down there.
And with reference to who you referred to as Johnny, what's his last name?
John O'Keefe.
And that was someone that you knew at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr.
He was a very, very dear family friend. He was very close to my sister, subsequently became very close to me and my family as a result. And he was my nephew's godfather.
And fair to say that you had known him for some substantial period of time?
Yeah, since Ben's father unfortunately passed away.
So at this point in time, when we're talking about turning from 2021 to 2022, how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
Oh man, probably about 8-9 years. It's as long as my nephew's been alive.
And when is it that you would see, or how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Family parties, any family party that we threw, kids' birthday parties, and my sister's Christmas party that she would throw every year.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was similar to a big brother to me. He was somebody who was there for my sister during her darkest times. So I really respected him for that. But yeah, he was a big brother and a family friend.
Now, when you saw Mr. O'Keefe at the pool bar after you arrived there, what, if any, conversation did you have with him, or what, if anything, was you doing around that?
So I went up to him in the pool. He had his Alabama hat on. He expressed to me that he was excited to watch the Alabama football game at the pool bar. Given the circumstances, we were in a beautiful tropical place, and he got to watch his favorite college team play football. And he said that's all he really wanted to do for the day, was be able to watch that game.
Now, at this point in time,
They're trying to discern motive, but that's not enough for motive.
I had not met the person that he was dating. I had heard about her through family friends and other people that were on the trip.
So as far as the other sort of family events that you would see Mr. O'Keefe at, Ms. Reed, or his girlfriend at that time wasn't there with him?
No.
So after the time that you spent at the pool bar that afternoon, do you recall what else you did that evening?
Yep. So most of us in the group had dinner reservations. I believe they were around 7 p.m. and we were all getting ready to leave the pool bar to get picked up around 6:30.
And as far as fairly large group that went out to dinner that night?
Yeah, most of us.
And was Mr. O'Keefe part of that group that went out to dinner?
He was not.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to or returned to the hotel?
Most of us got back a little after 9. Taxis were kind of crazy to get, so little after 9.
And when you got back to the hotel, where did you go?
I went upstairs to check on my mom. She had gone in a bank of taxis before me, so I went upstairs to make sure that she was up there and safe and in the room.
And so however long you spent up in the room with your mother, at some point did you come back?
I did.
And when you came back down, by down, I mean, do you recall where you were staying in the hotel?
Yep, so we were on the 4th floor of the hotel, so I took the elevator up and then I took it back down to the lobby.
And at that point in time, when you're getting back from dinner, going up to the room and coming back down, were you aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and nephew were staying?
Yeah, I knew where they were staying, yes, room-wise, yep.
And where was that in relation to the lobby?
1st floor.
So lobby's on the 1st floor, their rooms are on the 1st floor?
Yes.
So when the elevator gets down to the lobby level, you get out, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what if anything?
So you have to
Sorry.
say, okay.
You just have to answer yes or no.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. So the elevator gets bent down to the lobby, you walk out, who, if anyone, you see when you go?
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
And, Your Honor, I think this may be appropriate.
All right, so folks, I'm going to say again, that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe, as it might go to motive.
The state of mind, she
You
is
may
too
not
far
consider
from
this
the
evidence
event for
any
the
other
state of
purpose.
mind.
Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can
Oh,
only use the
Lord.
evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar.
Proceed, John?
Yes.
Thanks. So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby.
Is that where the pool bar is located?
Opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, do you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Miss Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure, she's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
As far as the defendants beyond the yelling, what, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," I went out to the pool bar. So I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back or you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, "John O'Keefe's girlfriend?" And she looked at me and said, "Karen?" And I said, "Yeah, you guys like her?" She said, "Yeah, she's okay." And I said, "Well, she sucks."
Now, following that, that particular, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
You suck. Okay, I am at 30 seconds in. We're going to have to do this. No. You suck.
Which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
Y'all. They both have been drinking in the hot sun. This is not an unusual fight.
Which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
Are you kidding me? Am I the only one having this problem? Let's see what my other feed shows. Yeah, it's the feed. It's not me. But let me see if I can get to another. Okay, they're going up to sidebar. Let's see if this will refresh. Okay, there we go. Sidebar. Oh, no, don't give me that. Both of them are refreshing. I think that everybody's struggling with this, y'all. I guess everybody is struggling with this. Am I gonna? Why am I? Why? What? Oh. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna go old school. Sorry about it, guys. I'll get it. I know everybody jumps boat, but I'll get it. Okay, now they go sidebar and it freezes. Weiss. It's freezing in the same place. Is anybody else's internet doing that? Because I mean, I can hop on somebody else's feed that's watching today's hearing and it's not freezing. Nobody else's. Are you freaking kidding me? Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why it's freezing every time when I get to a certain point. So let me totally back out of this. Come in and open it up again. This is when I wish I had a feed that was with this is when our recovery addict was up and going. Because every time I go into this feed at this place. So is there another? Who else is covering this trial? Let me see who they're using. Let me see who they're. Other people are. Let me do this one. Okay, we're going to share this one. I may not be able to get captioning, y'all. That does frustrate me, but I can't help it. So we're going to share screen. Okay, here we go.
At the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not.
And the person you were seeing arrives on the foot.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived there, do you know about how many people were on this trip?
I would say over 30, upwards of.
Are you kidding me?
Be considered by you as any evidence that.
So is this the end of day?
As I'm going back in, I hear.
Did you have some conversation with your sister Laura in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Wolf?
I did.
And what, if anything, did your sister Laura tell you she had learned from Mr. O'Keefe?
So my sister pulled me aside from everybody and asked if the night that I got into the altercation with Miss Reed in the lobby, if I was making out with Mr. O'Keefe.
How did you respond?
That I absolutely was not.
And when you say absolutely was not, beyond the fact that it didn't occur, why would that not occur?
He was.
I'll allow it.
He was family. He was my older brother. For all intents and purposes, it just never would have happened between us.
And you expressed that to your sister, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Now, as far as the remainder of the trip was concerned,
I went to Channel 10.
what, if any, other interaction did you have with her?
None.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, further interaction did you have with him?
None. That was it.
And was that normal or as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That, as far as I knew Johnny, that wasn't normal. He would always come up to us, up to our family, try to be around my nephew, his godchild. And he was always the life of the party and wanted to be around his family and his friends.
And following that trip in Aruba, did you see Mr. O'Keefe again?
I did not.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Fair to say that you were not at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th, correct?
Was not.
Yet Trooper Proctor drove all the way to Pembroke to interview you on February 8th of 2022. Did he not?
He did.
Nothing further.
Ms. Lally, anything?
Just very briefly. Ms. Sullivan, when Trooper Proctor came to the house in Pembroke, were you living there at that time?
I was.
And was he alone or was he with another trooper?
He was with another trooper.
And do you recall that trooper's name?
I don't.
Now, with regard to your conversation with Trooper Proctor and the other trooper that day, was it just you that he spoke to?
Just me.
Let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
As far as when the troopers came to your house on February 8th, are you the only person from your home that the troopers spoke to that day?
No.
Who, if anyone else, did they speak to in the home?
They spoke to my sister first.
And at any point, did they speak to your sister's boyfriend as well?
No.
And when they spoke to you, when they spoke to you, where was your sister?
She was outside of the house. She went to go pick up my nephew.
And when they spoke to your sister, where were you?
I was downstairs in my room, which was in the basement.
We're almost done.
Could you hear what they were talking about when they were talking to your sister?
I could not.
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Sullivan, you're all set.
Thank you.
All right, so jurors, we're actually finished with witnesses for today. We've finished everyone that we had hoped to finish for today. So we're done for the day. As you know, we're not in session tomorrow, but we will see you Friday, and Friday will be a full day. So please, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Let us know. Just leave everything
Was it just you that he spoke to?
Just me.
today. So we're done for the day. As you know, we're not in session tomorrow, but we will see you Friday, and Friday will be a full day. So please, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do it.
Sorry. They'll be off Wednesday. Next week, they'll be off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 5-day vacay for them. Honestly, I think they need it. I'm going to go through withdrawals. We'll be covering other things. We will do something else those days. But y'all, this was a little interesting. But I don't, they were making this out to be with the sister Mariette Sullivan a huge deal. Y'all, he was obviously drunk. Karen was probably drunk. They all had been drinking. Come on now. Crap happens when you drink. This holds no weight for me. Just saying, no weight for me. So what I'm going to do is, since tomorrow they are off, I will be back tomorrow morning-ish. I don't know. I'm thinking what time would be a good time for my mod? Because I'd like to come on and just kind of, I'm losing all my stuff. I got to put all this stuff back. I'll just set it over here. Do it later. So I'd like to hop on tomorrow sometime and open the phone calls and us kind of have a discussion. A lot's happened today. I'd like to discuss it a little more. Oh, well, thank you, In, for listening. I appreciate you. Hey, we take shy people too. This is a safe place. Nobody gets judgment here. And if anybody does anything, I've got some fabulous mods. We don't put up with nothing here. This is a safe place for everybody to enjoy this, comment, share their opinions and views. We are the alternate juror. And please, like, comment, subscribe, because if you subscribe, let me show you what's going to be happening. I'll go ahead and play it. Thank you so much for watching, because if you subscribe, we will be giving away a free tumbler on Friday from Starbucks, non-sponsored. I purchased it myself. And that's, if you, doesn't matter if you sign up today or if you already are, anybody who is in my list of subscribers gets one entry. I am giving 2 entries to those this week, though, who subscribe this week's. Mods, y'all are fabulous. I love your chats. I love where you're going with this, and I enjoy you immensely. So, long day. I'm going to head out. I do have some things I have to take care of today. But tomorrow, why don't we say 10 o'clock? Give me a little time to settle in. I will put up a thing on Facebook, on YouTube with the planned scheduled live then. In the meantime, I am going to go and take care of my back. So, my puppers, and I love you. We thank you. Y'all have an awesome day. Take care of yourself. Come in tomorrow with a cup of coffee or tea or whatever you drink. And that's Texas time, y'all. 10 o'clock Central Standard Time. And in the meantime, y'all have a blessed day. Thank you for everything, and we'll talk at you later. Sorry.